Hello everybody, welcome back to another stream. Hope you're doing well as usual. Ryushun, Happy Hep, Rex, Cosmos, Bubba, Boris, and more lore. Yeah, we are very close. Cosmos has 4 a.m. LP live streams. My condolences, my guy. So yesterday on the stream, we did a lot of wild goose chasing in terms of trying to initiate... Oh, that's interesting. Okay. In terms of figuring out Ronnie's quest triggers for how I want to prep for the DLC. And I was thinking about this a bit more off stream, that I'm kind of really going through the efforts of showing off this quest when I'm actually not going to be able to complete it because I'm going to leave Radon up in case there's some extra bit of content relating to him before heading into the DLC area whenever that finally releases in less than 2 days. So anyway, Two Dumb Gamers, welcome in. You made it. And Black Man, nice to see you again. Only stopping by for a second. You gotta sleep soon. So soon. DLC hype. Yeah. All right. So what all did we do? We did not do Millicent's quest yet. I'm not sure if I'm going to show that off because I'm a little bit pressed for time. But if I do, I might just like start speedrunning things a bit more. Quit screwing around so much with the bosses and just start like summoning. So I went up to... Oh, yeah, we started off in Ronnie's Rise. Then we took the detour to see Selvis and got our introduction to Sellan Letter, so that way we could figure out where Nokron was after talking to Blythe in the underground. And then before finishing off that part of the quest, I also wanted to go to Castle Redmane to talk to Jaren so we could come back and see Iji's dialogue where he calls himself an idiot for not thinking about the fate of the Carians being arrested by the cycles of the stars due to Radon, which I think is very important dialogue for the lore. So we kind of ended at being able to begin the festival for Radon, but I'm not going to go there yet, and I guess that kind of preemptively stalls out Alexander's quest. Blythe's, obviously, Ronnie's. And then I can't go underground, and I wanted to go underground for something. So I guess I don't really need to worry about the potions for Selvis. But that reminds me, I did want to go back to the Roundtable Hold and talk to Rogier about the knife print, and Fia as well. And Clown Scum, nice to see you again. Morlar's got their character down just below the elevator at Moog's Palace, so that way when the DLC finally drops, you get the anticipation of riding it up and walking towards the egg. Nice. Alright. Let's go see our good old boy, Rogier.
Always good to see you safe.
I need to turn up my volume.
What do you need?
Alright, learn skills, talk, and leave. So, actually, I guess I should show him off, because I don't think I've done that yet. So this is kind of what happens to Rogier after you do everything in Castle Stormvale. We saw him kind of get got by the Deathblight. We saw his notes that he left for us to kind of follow him, essentially. And when you get into the Roundtable Hold, he's still Death-blighted in a, like, half-blighted state. So he's got this, like, little covering his legs. You could actually see the death root poking out of it, which is funny. And he's got like a bunch of flies swarming around him, presumably from the Deathblight itself. So, for whatever reason, Deathblight has wings growing out of it, especially around Godwin himself. So, yeah. Why exactly he's stuck in this state when everything else seems to die fully is anyone's question at this point.
Oh, still need something?
Talk.
Maybe I should tell you. Lately, I feel I'm on the precipice of falling into a deep, fathomless slumber. And I have an inkling it could spell trouble for you somehow. So I just wanted to get the apology out of the way beforehand, since you're so scary and all.
Alright. Hey Jack and Elden Enthusiast, welcome back to the stream. Jack asks, what happened last night? Why does everyone have the DLC? Because everybody got that early access, except for me, apparently. So, right. I had heard on the grapevine right before it happened that the review embargo was about to be lifted. So I was trying to give everybody as much of a heads up as I could while being vague and not, like, saying what it is in case... I don't know if it's, like, related to anybody's NDA or anything like that, but since like that info wasn't like super public beforehand, I just wanted to respect the vague terms it was told to me in. So yeah, going back to Rogier's dialogue, he says he's on the verge of succumbing to a fathomless slumber, and this whole issue of slumbering is potentially related to the soulless demigods, which are said to slumber in their wandering mausoleums. So I don't necessarily think that Rogier will become soulless because of Deathblight, although I do wonder if that's a possibility, because it is sort of still a fragment of the Rune of Death in the grandest scheme of things. And for whatever reason, his soul or something can kind of attack us. His spirit, I really don't understand that dichotomy between Sleeping Rogier and the champion of Fia. Maybe it's because Fia has hugged him and she has lingering residues of his will within her, which allows her to summon him for that kind of pseudo boss fight. I don't really know. So I'm pretty sure like Rogier still lives even after you kill his dude, but I don't think he actually says anything after that. And if so, he might only have like one line, but I'm skeptical because I don't remember the exact canonical order of events for how his quest plays out. At least once you do like the Fia stuff. Jack's trying to avoid the info like the plague. It's so difficult. It really is. So yeah, I highly recommend everybody stay off the internet essentially for like the next 2 days if you're that hell-bent on avoiding spoilers, because there has been a lot of stuff going around so far. So remain vigilant. Some people question whether things are valid or things are fake, and I don't want to say too much more on that just to not press the weight of the scales one way or another. And then, hey, Mr. Jigalag, nice to see you again. Galamoth and friend Alex. You hope the New Zealand trick works to play early? Get those VPNs, y'all. I need to get sponsored by a VPN for making these callouts. Mia said they were actively looking for spoilers and had a hard time finding any. There's been a decent amount in my spoiler section of my channel. I'm pretty sure you could probably find a bunch if you just type in like spoilers site :Reddit on the Google search. But yeah, all right, let's talk to Fia. I should have talked to her. Oh, she's already gone. Okay. Because we'd already killed D on this character, Fia has left the round table hold because she doesn't need us to give the Weather Dagger to the 1D to kill him to potentially take his half wheel of the centipede. So since we killed D, I do wonder how the hell Fia has come into possession of that Hallowbrand already. Maybe she went to where we killed him and took it from there. So let's go ahead and talk to Hugh. I don't think he says anything else at this point if he's not offering his prayer. That may be a post-Altus Plateau thing or something.
Well, where have you been hiding? I took you for dead. No matter, it's all the same. Lay out your arms then.
Alright, we forgot to talk to him after Roderica became more than a mere prentice tuner. Boris asks, is there a lore reason for Don being a must-kill to access the DLC, or maybe we'll have to get the path to Noxtella or something? So my general thoughts would be that if Fate is being held up in the night sky in general, maybe Fate needs to be moving again, and it's questionable how much Radahn like really plays into that versus the Golden Order. So that's kind of where my thoughts are for that right now. And Radahn did fight Melania, so maybe there's also something to do with that, but I kind of doubt that much. And Terai, nice to see you again. And when you go to the room with the dead, Fia floats into the air and disappears. It'd be really cool if we could have those kind of teleporting things as well. I guess we kind of fast travel. Maybe that's how people fast travel in this game. And then MK, nice to see you again. All right.
The girl has come a long way. As ever, time and technique have made her stronger. 'Tis good to see. An imprisoned monster does not deserve an apprentice. Or a daughter. But at times, that's precisely what she feels like to me. I've gone soft. and it isn't easy.
Alright, so that's some of the more touching dialogue in the game. And that pretty much concludes this section for now. So we did get that potion from Sellia, and we can offer it to Nepheli. We could also talk to Gideon about it. I might just save it for Dung Eater. I haven't really thought about what I wanted to do. At the very least, it's nice to complete Nepheli's quest, if for no other reason than getting that ancient dragon smithing stone at the end of it.
Ah, you. Please, leave me be. It's pathetic, I know, but I need to think. Ah, you. Please. It's pathetic.
I had that potion, don't I? That's odd. I thought I could give it to her now. I guess I needed to talk to... Oh, I probably needed to talk to Gideon for him to be like, I don't care about that girl. Me and forgetting quest triggers. Oh yeah, and we haven't gone to Altus Plateau yet, so I'll probably need to talk to Corin so he can tell me that he's going to search for the Noble Gold Mask. Because as soon as we go through there, like, all bets are off.
You. What is it?
Nepheli's despair.
You've already heard. Indeed. It seemed the whelp harbored suspicions, so I had no further use for her. Honestly, what's a man to do? A determined plebeian is more wicked than an omen horn, quite frankly. I suspect that's just what the Queen wants. A dose of ambition to incite the tarnished.
So I was just curious about his line there, like why he called Nepheli a whelp, and I was curious to see what the equivalent line in the Japanese was, but he doesn't actually refer to Nepheli any specific way, because if he actually did call her a whelp, I think that would certainly help characterize Gideon as an abuser of sorts, where he was just using Nepheli because she offered some form of utility to him. But while you could still come to that conclusion even with just the Japanese dialogue and lacking that line right there, the English does come across a lot more strongly then. Right, so show him Sellivis's potion.
Is that potion what I think it is? Bloody Sellivis. I suppose he's up to something again. Oh, I won't interfere. You go ahead and do what you must. The Round Table has no code to speak of. But I ask you this. Are you really going to do the bidding of that twisted dolly botherer? Or would you rather hand that potion to me and see if we can't get one over on the bastard?
Alright, so Gideon's lines right here are really funny. And this is kind of one of the funnier aspects of like talking about Prog Nation's localizations of their games, because even though I do have my, disagreements with their translation choices at times, I do think generally speaking, they are written very well and they can add a lot of flavor to certain aspects of the game. And I was talking briefly about this right before stream on the Discord with, damn, I'm so bad at remembering names, with Elden Ring. And that's kind of what they were saying as well. So this line right here, when he calls Sellia a dolly botherer, is a lot more muted in Japanese, where he just calls him essentially like that unpleasant man or that unpleasant fellow, something along those lines. So dolly botherer is just a top tier insult if I've ever like heard a made up insult on the spot. So I just want to give some credit to Frog Nation for having a funny localization that's still well written and still kind of like gets at the root of the meaning there. Is America's tits the same in Japanese too? I'm pretty confident it's not, but I can double check. No, absolutely not. It's just like a Nanda, essentially, which is... I could kind of see why they did that, because like Nanda is pretty abrupt. Blunt might be a better word for it. And so, Inigo, nice to see you again. Diemo, Nemo, and somebody else just came in, and I wanted to see what they said. Oh, no, it was Boris. Wait, no, it wasn't that one. Oh, yeah, Galamoth was asking if I think we'll need to travel back to the lands between to respec and exchange remembrances. That'd be kind of strange. It wouldn't surprise me, to be honest, because, I mean, it was a pain in the ass to respec in Dark Souls 3 a little bit, but at least both games have you, like, right next to the entrances and exits. All right. So that should be it. Let's not hand over the potions for Dung Eater. I almost absent-mindedly just pressed X.
Well, I won't force you, but I think your plan would be a dreadful waste. She's not herself right now, and though I have no need of her, she still has potential. Certainly more value than she'd have as a bloody puppet.
And so Gideon's lines right there kind of paints his relationship with Nepheli much more directly than just like alluding to calling her a whelp in the English and whatnot. If only we could get a Gideon puppet summon, that'd be pretty cool. Definitely end his quest a little bit early. Actually, that would be kind of cool, because if you gave it to him early, the trade-off would be like losing out on the spells that he would give you. Or maybe like delaying it so that way he gets more spells. That'd be kind of funny. Alright. Hey Buster, nice to see you again. Maybe everyone's secretly a puppet? X-Files theme plays? No. The true X-File theme playing conspiracy theory would be that everybody's a mimic. A mimic, if I could enunciate properly.
Ah, you. Please, leave me be. It's pathetic, I know, but I need to think.
Alright, so I heard from Gideon.
So you know already, do you? Right. It's true. My father cast me out for indulging my emotions, forgetting the mission, punishment for offing his pawns. Lord Gideon has offered me guidance all my life. I would have done anything for him, to place him on the throne of Elden Lord. And yet though it was not my intent, I betrayed him. And I can no longer trust him, Father. To think he'd order his men to enact such tragedy. Where is the justice he purports in that? He once told me that if he became Elden Lord, he would never allow the downtrodden to be cheated ever again. Was he simply lying to me? No. How could I say that? Father has always given me his guidance. And now, I've lost it.
Alright, so now we get a couple options of being able to give Nepheli Celivis's potion, the Stormhawk King, or just leaving things to be for now. And we don't really need to finish this at any point. I'm pretty confident even after the Forge with the Fire Giants, you can still do everything. So, Nepheli mentioned guidance with Gideon, and then there was one other thing that I wanted to touch on that I'm blanking already. Bro, having such a short attention span is kind of the worst. Despite having a good memory, I just can't keep more than 3 things in my mind. So, Nepheli being upfront... Oh yeah, it was the lackeys. So, Nepheli saying that Gideon gave her guidance all her life is a little bit strange to me, because if she had only received the guidance of Grace when she was pretty much already an adult, then does she consider her life as a tarnished called back to the lands between something different? Or did she and Gideon have a relationship before she came to the lands between? Do all of the tarnished gain a form of amnesia upon their return, with the exception of perhaps Hoarlu / Godfrey? I don't think so, because it seems like Corrin implies that Goldmask, as an adherent of the Golden Order fundamentalists, predicted that Grace would come to him, and Goldmask still seems to retain his fundamentalist identity even after being called into the lands between. So maybe this is just like a Nepheli issue, but I don't really know all that. I had a weird thought, but now I don't remember where exactly this originated from. But wasn't there something that implied that Nepheli had a deeper connection to Dolores? Maybe that Dolores was her mother? But then I was just thinking about that right now, that it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense if Nepheli is a Loux. Does that mean Dolores was a Loux? Maybe there's just no real connection there? I don't know why I thought that, but that's just something that I thought for a long time, and I just haven't really thought about it again, I suppose. So that's just kind of a mind blow right there. So the other thing that I wanted to mention on was that even though I did offer the idea that perhaps Seluvis could have tricked Nepheli by putting an Omen Killer puppet to massacre the Albinauric village, Nepheli still does believe that she was slaughtering the lackeys of Gideon. And since she does say lackeys plural here, I should double check the Japanese at least. That I think, even though I like that idea of Seluvis being a Megamind player in order to get a Nepheli Loux puppet, that it is essentially all just Gideon, and Gideon doesn't seem to be remorseful anyway, so just kind of works maybe a little bit better that Gideon is the cold-hearted bastard that he is, but I still like that Seluvis idea a lot. This is really funny with my profile when I was talking to Gideon, yeah. Hey, Pash J. Dixon, welcome back to the stream. And then we had a couple others, Aziz and Edward Constantine. Nice to see you two again. Gideon has big God of War Odin vibes, to be honest. That's awesome. Horlu has amnesia. Godfrey is fine. Okay. Edward always figured that Loux was some kind of title that warriors earned. So I do know that there might be some historical parallels with the Loux, L-U-G-H, but I forget the exact implications of that. But I think they were like, there was a king. Maybe it was Irish or Gaelic. I don't remember. I'm just going to move on. And Vacuous Zealot, nice to see you again. Do I think all Omen Killers imbibe potions that make them feel numb like Rollo? Yes, absolutely. And my rationale for that is they don't want to get cursed, so by taking in those potions, it numbs them from pain. And if they don't feel pain, they can't die in torment and become cursed themselves. So that would potentially be one way to ensure that their souls would go back into the Erdtree, perhaps. And then, hey, True Connoisseur, nice to see you again. All right, so we're going to go ahead and give Nepheli the Stormhawk King.
Is that ash? I can smell the ancient storm in it. My thanks. I'll gladly take it. I'm not like Roderica. I don't feel the presence of spirits, let alone see them. Still, this ash, it reminds me of my first hawk. Thank you.
So she doesn't see spirits at all, apparently, which makes me wonder if she wouldn't see those kind of mushroom ghosts we see all throughout the Lands Between. Or even whether she'd see like the banished knights, exiled knights in a place like the Fringe Folk Heroes ruins or Castle Sol. Or maybe even perhaps like the ancestral follower blue spirits down in Shifa River.
In this ash, I can smell the ancient storm. It reminds me of my first hawk.
So this reference to the ancient storm could tie in to like the Stormlord or the storm that raged over Stormvale, or perhaps even Farum Azula, because there's a storm there, but we still don't have the full details. So I think unless we get something else to expand on it, that's kind of probably the most likely, simplest explanation for all of that.
Oh, still need something? Oh.
Learn skills. Okay, wait, did I buy them all? Okay, I guess I did. Alright, so that's all that with the round table hold for now. So pretty much all we have left to do is kind of start Millicent's quest line going into the ruin-strewn precipice, since we've kind of messed up with Alexander. So let's go ahead and talk to Geraint, and then we'll go see Millicent in the church. And I think as long as we don't talk to her, she will still invade us, which is really funny. Or maybe it's if we Don't talk to Gowry. She invades. No. Don't talk to her into the church. Anyway, we'll figure it out one way or another, won't we? Talk. I don't remember if he's always silent or if he talks to us if D gives us that kind of introduction. So we did pick up a couple death roots, so let's go ahead and hand him one.
I smell it. Death. Feed it me. Tarnished. Bring more deaths. I shall grant thee eye and claw. Feed me more.
Alright, so we get the claw mark seal and the beast eye.
I shall grant thee eye and claw. Feed me more.
Alright, so I'm going to rest each time I give him a death root, although I only have, 2 this time around. So that way, just to see if his dialogue has more exposition for each one. I should have talked. I forgot to talk.
More. I am not sated. Feed me more. Death.
Bestial sling.
More. I am not sated. Feed me more. Death.
Cloud Scum says Grank's so cute, he's your little bubby. Alright. So Mr. Jigaliag said, would I try to catch Grank at the late night outside? Yeah, so I'm not exactly sure what the trigger for that is. I accidentally did it in my 1.0 playthrough somehow. So I wondered if it's linked to giving him Deathroot, which is why I wanted to rest each time giving him one. I know this would be too early. I think on my playthrough it happened after the 4th one. But anyway, this is one of the best farming spots for runes super early on in the game because the pygmies have very little poise and all of that. We've also got the Knight Rider with the Bloodhound Step on the northern bridge. And we get Grail, not Grail, on this bridge up here. And this is a Farum Azulin style bridge, which is a lot easier to show off with free cam, but we get the Chloranthy style design on the cobblestones here, which I can't show off right now because of all the dirt, but further on we can. I'm not going to bother trying to fight this dragon because it's not really worth it. But yes, somebody was asking whether or not Millicent invades. The answer is actually yes. The funny thing is she will invade with 2 arms the first time you encounter her in the Aeonian desert, or swamp. But when you find her later, she's missing one of those arms, which raises the question of whether or not we're the ones who cut her arm off, technically speaking. And it kind of reminds me of, I think it was Metal Gear, no, was it Call of Duty? Yeah, I think it was one of the Call of Duty games where you're given an assassination mission, and even if you put your reticle over the dude's skull and face, after you pull the trigger, a cutscene plays, and the guy's arm falls off no matter what you do. So I'm going this way for the Site of Grace. And that's where the Knight Rider is. Hey Matthews, nice to see you. Grank's story is the most confusing lore-wise. I feel like trying to say what is the most confusing is setting ourselves up for failure no matter who we say. And then Elmo, welcome on in. Do I think the DLC will expand upon Beastmen lore? I definitely think so, because on one of the promo images, we've got something which almost looks like a cross between a demi-human and a troll. So if we learn maybe a little bit more about demi-humans, that might help expand what we know about the Beastmen in general. I was not trying to fight the rots, dude. So we got good old Grayle over there. And later on in the playthrough, I'll try to kill all 5 of the little dragons individually, which will cause Grayle to despawn and die. Just for Crunchy, even if he isn't actually here in the chat when that happens. Because we have a lot of lingering questions about the nature of identity in this game, and with Grayle kind of having a split identity amongst these 5 little dragons, I think it's something that's pretty easy to forget in the grand scheme of things. That's why you get 5 dragon hearts for killing her. Thought there was... yeah, Spirit Spring. Jack says, why is Queen America so evil? Because in order to make an omelet, you need to crack some rings. So this is where Lusat's cave is. Oh, we pissed off Grayle. Got our catacomb. Rose's statue over there. Another Starlight Shard. Alright, so I like to show this off just because it's kind of funny to me more than anything. So I'm pretty confident if you talk to Millicent here, that ends the questline earlier. So we're going to avoid that. We'll probably just go down into Sellia and talk to Gowry about her. Or no. Because I think that might end Millicent's quest early as well. So we're just going to go warp to get the Millicent invasion. Nemo didn't know that about Grayle? Yeah. Matthias wants some lore on the giant skulls. Yeah, those are like some of my favorite environmental details. Just like... they're there. They're even more like provocative than the giants in the mountaintops. But we get like no info about them. So we're going to go to the west first by the other ghost. Because I think, like, thematically, it just lends itself to the Millicent invasion. Crab eggs. Uh-oh. Okay. There it is. So it does kind of suck fighting Millicent here. I'm kind of at a low level for Kayla, to be honest, so she might kill me a couple times. Especially being all HUDless and crap. I know I don't need to get invaded for the Millicent questline, but I think it's just cool to show off as much of a character as we can for like these kind of lore playthroughs. So... where exactly is this dude pointing? He's kind of looking towards the Church of Rot. But beyond that, it's not like it's pointing to the Halig Tree towards where Melania would be. So I think this is supposed to be a thematic link of Millicent to Melania. So let's go ahead and listen. Let me see it, if only one last time. Your splendid blade, dancing amongst the scarlet rot. Alright, so what's he looking for right there? Let's find out. Rot bather? I wish. Uh-oh. so now that Torrent has gone away, Millicent will just start running at us whenever she invades. Oh lord, she coming. So look, she's got 2 arms, guys. I like to kite her all the way here, so that way I'm not dancing on some scarlet rot. So she's got the Shamshir weapon. Uh-oh. So she's got her own waterfowl dance, which is the same that she uses during her invasion fight with her sisters. I was trying to, like, poke, but apparently that's not how you do it. Is it R2? Nope. You just can't do it with that great sword. I need to roll into that fake waterfall. Well, I certainly rolled into it, and then I was pressing the wrong button. Tried to pull out my telescope. It's probably out of stamina from blocking. She's kicking my ass right now, huh? I didn't realize it had that much of a range. Okay, holy crap. Sacramental Blood, Golden Runes, Tier 3, 5, and 10 for whatever reason. Oh, sweet. We could probably talk about that lore. Wait, no. We would need, like, the Newman one, I think. There's, like, a slight difference between, like, 1, 5, and 10, I think. But none are super impactful. Or maybe I'm misremembering. Alright, so that was the Millicent invasion. So now let's go ahead and teleport towards Sellia. Or, I guess we'll not teleport. I didn't realize that these dudes were just chilling here this entire time. They seem to be praying towards that butterfly. Interesting. You ever try baiting her into the geysers like you do with O'Neill? No, I've not actually tried doing it. I don't really struggle too much against her. It's just, you know, she can catch you if you're slipping. Oh, damn it. I will have to fight O'Neill. But, you know what? I'll probably summon Pollyanna for the O'Neill fight. He shouldn't be too bad, even at, like, this early level. Yeah, if I killed the Crucible Knight and all that... Wait. He kind of looked like a minor Erdtree Guardian for a second. I was super confused. Diamo asks, is Millicent and her sister clones of Melania? We don't really know the details, whether they're clones or offshoots, as she kind of describes herself, or how exactly they're meant to tie in together. But her potentially being of a clone does seem pretty relevant. Or not relevant. Perhaps likely would be a better word. The giant skulls are obviously the god warriors from Nausicaa, the Valley of the Wind. That is my favorite Miyazaki movie. Technically not Ghibli, but I really do love that movie. Just it's a vibe. It is a mood. I really love that old 80s style of animation. Or anime, I guess I should say, when the characters are a bit more proportional like that. A movie that I watched fairly recently was called Battle Angel Alita, also called Gunm, G-U-N-N-M. I really adored the art style on it. It's like an OVA. It has like 2 episodes, which is really short. But, it did not have the most satisfactory endings by any stretch of the imagination, so I can't fully recommend it. But the first half of it was really good. The ending just kind of was lackluster. I don't think I actually read Celivis's note out loud. I was just kind of on autopilot talking about anime and movies. I know I can jump it. I don't remember the best vantage to do it from, though. How rude. Probably should heal. So, now that we're in... I almost called this place Sellia. What is this place called? I'm blanking. That's what I get. Not Sellia. Wait, no, this is Sellia. Anyway, yeah, now that we're in Sellia, we can see a bunch of these ghostly specters who aren't able to be revealed with the one, like, invisible revealing torch. And they're blue almost like puppets, but they don't exactly seem to be like puppets either. I've personally wondered whether or not the glintstone kind of contained the latent memories of these dudes within them, which is why they appear here. Alright. Oh lord, it's a dog! I couldn't visceral it? Okay. Heal. That was low-key scary. Oh, it was only this dude, or the other dude. I'm a little bit surprised I one-shot the fake nobles. The manga of Nausicaa is goated too. I haven't read that. That was on my list, but I couldn't find it. Feels bad, man. What the hell is this? Where did he come from? They're cheating. All of that. Hey Jay Moore, how's it going? Will I stream the DLC at some point? Yes, but not when it immediately goes live. Just because I want to try to avoid spoilers or like get comparisons in the chat. Stuff like that. So I wasn't actually trying to light things up yet, but I guess since I'm up here, I'll do it. Mia asks, is Millicent an Empyrean since she is born of a god? So this becomes a bit of a contentious topic because Ronnie says that she and the other Empyreans were chosen by their two fingers. The remembrance of the rock goddess makes it sound as though both she and Miquella were Empyreans because of their birthright. So if you believe that Empyreans are decided by the two fingers, then the answer should technically be no, that she is an Empyrean, not because she was born of a god, but it should be the two fingers. But if you are of the opinion that she's an Empyrean because she is a full-on divine being, like a Shinjin, as far as the Japanese goes, like a god person, then you could say that it's because she's born of a single god. Almo thinks the sisters are pieces of millennia that decayed off and were born in a cycle. I like that idea, to be fair there. Friend says, Millicent is the dignity Millennia gave up when she nuked Kayla to keep from losing to Radahn. She even says that she's going to meet Millennia to return her dignity to her. So I have an alternative take on that, and I will let you know what that is after I finish the rest of your comments. Alex said, Millicent chooses to remove the needle from herself and die as she is, rather than become something new. She serves to make the opposite choice that Millennia made. Also, Millicent is definitely in the running for Best Elden Gal. Oh yeah, absolutely. I really wanted Millicent to be Millennia. Like, we would restore her memories to her, and that would be, like, the culmination of her quest, and be, like, a kind of pseudo-secret boss if you did everything with her. But that didn't pan out, and I'm very disappointed. And I'm kind of a little bit salty that the Collector's Edition statue was that of Millennia, because, you know, she's just a very strong boss for no good reason with the way her mechanics work. Anyway, as far as what's her face being the dignity of Millennia, I kind of am of the opinion that there could be a little bit more to that story, and that the dignity might come from the it might come from the what's it called? The golden needle itself. That it might have been suffused with Millennia's will to combat the outer gods. And Millicent might want to return that to Melania because it's not really hers. I'm flailing here. Oh, this is a sword one. Okay. Oh, no. Those are bows. Oh, one-shot it? Okay. So, I think Melania had the needle. How did that not hit? Oh, I was definitely far away. And the way she abandoned her pride was breaking that needle so that way she could unleash the Scarlet Rot against Radahn, is my personal read on things. And I think that's a little bit easier to come to that conclusion with the Japanese, but it isn't, like, super explicit by any means. Ash of War, double slash. I actually don't remember a more annoying Ash of War to get off the top of my head. Where is it? Are we too high? Oh yeah, we're too high up. Wait, no, we're not. It should be right here. Oh no, I needed those ones over there. Okay. Damn it. Don't want to piss off those puppets for no reason. I pissed off one puppet. Okay. Elden Enthusiast says, in that case, you feel Melina is America's, quote, I messed up this Golden Order business, let's burn it all down. I kind of do feel similarly until we get more info to expand on their relationship. Because more than any of the other demigod children, it bothers me that Melina is the only one to allegedly have inherited her mother's will. Come on, man. I don't want to get that chest just yet. I mean, I'll get it eventually. It's just... There's probably an easier way to come up here, but this is the one that I know the most, so I'm doing it. I deserve that. We're doing that. I will go up the easy way, I suppose. So this might give me enough golden seeds to do the thing. You have a translated copy of the Nausicaa manga in your language? That's awesome. Yeah, I was trying to look for a Japanese one when I was in Japan. It's surprisingly hard to find manga at times, because a lot of places are just kind of like, how do I describe it? They're like rental libraries where you just kind of pay to exist in the shops. I was afraid that was going to kill me. For a couple hours at a time, and you can just read as much as you desire in that time. And they don't typically sell their copies of goods, because that's like what people go to those shops for. And Akihabara is a bit of a tourist trap, and I don't think was I looking for Nausicaa when I was there in Akihabara, at least. I don't remember. I remembered I was looking for the latest volume of One Punch Man, and I was scouring my local area in Yokohama, well, Yokosuka really, and I couldn't find it pretty much anywhere in all of the manga shops. So then I went to Akihabara with some friends who like wanted to check it out, and I finally found one after like a couple hours of searching. And then when we got back to Yokosuka, we stopped in at a gas station and I saw the latest edition of One Punch Man on sale there. Oh yeah, I just finished everything there. So I was like, God dang it. Why'd they did me like that? Okay, so anyway, we've got one more sealed to unseal there before Gowry. Wait, why am I even doing this? This is eating time. Came back to my senses. I wanted to get the Staff of Loss. I don't really care. Nah. We gotta talk about Nox. Alright, let's get to our final torch. Damn it, I deserve that. The day the DLC comes out is the day your mom passed away, Jordo. Dude, I'm sorry to hear that. Do you mind if I ask like how long ago that was? Is this going to be like a positive thing or like a negative thing for you, do you think? There we go. Bro. Why is everything going wrong with my platforming right now? Okay. So in my interpretation, she's going to Melania to return the needle specifically? Yes, because that is what we need to do at the very end of Millicent's quest. We take the needle that she brought back to Melania, and then we put it in her Ionian bloom. Nemo loves the movie Nausicaa. You really wish the manga would do an anime adaptation? That'd be interesting. I'm not sure what the differences are, although I'm kind of like skeptical about it because I imagine it wouldn't have the same kind of art style that I really enjoyed of the original. So, let me light this, and then I'll rant a little bit about Kenshin and whatnot. A seal is broken in town somewhere. So now the door should open for our Nox fight. Hey Mao, nice to see you again. And Man Ray. You plan on watching some of the video contest nominees since you heard some of our Discord buddies got nominated? Man, I'm a little bit salty about that, but I want to rant a little bit about anime adaptations first, and then I will get to that, as well as hopefully... Who just had that comment that I missed? Almo's question in a moment. So we got a toxic mushroom. Alright, so before talking to what's-his-face, I'm going to go try to deal with the Nox folk, because that way it'll give me a little bit of time to rant more freely. And I say that knowing very well that when I tend to focus on boss fights, I just stop talking entirely. So anyway, gonna rest. I'm gonna actually read out this note out loud and then proceed. Stop by the shack beyond the southern gates. And so this is a figure of Gowry himself. So he wants to tell us some things. So right, about adaptations, I would love more Nausicaa in my life. However, I'm a little bit skeptical whether it would be done justice, because like I've been saying over and over, I really liked the art style of the original. This is not it. And Rurouni Kenshin just got like another adaptation recently, or hell, we could compare it to all the different Berserk adaptations. So this might be like a curling of the monkey's paw to wish for such a thing, perhaps. Which isn't to say that they're all bad or anything like that, but they just not what they were or could have been. It's a hard knocks life for us. I will allow it. So, how do they call them? Swordstress and Monk. I tend to focus the Swordstress first, because she annoys me more. Oh yeah, these are humanoid, so they should get staggered a bit more. Alright, yeah, see, as soon as I got into here, I stopped talking. So, what else was there besides the adaptations? Oh yeah, the contest stuff. Okay, so before that, do I think Mikola serves as a redemption for America, not making the same mistakes as parents? I don't know, because he seems to want to follow in the footsteps of America. And we have all those warnings about him not exactly being as, what's the word, benevolent as maybe let on. Which that might tie in America as well, but maybe he will be a good guy after all. or good gal, a good kid, a good egg, as Kale would say. Oh no, I just realized the double entendre with that. Anyway. So we got the Nox Flowing Sword, which I really like, and Lusat's Glintstone Staff. So this kind of reaffirms Lusat's relationship to the town of Sellia specifically. And, oh yeah, I guess I should potentially mention that one of the reasons why we might have Nox above ground is that although they're said to have been banished underground in English, the Japanese used for that term is more like destroyed. But I don't really mind banished as a localization choice because there's a certain aspect of locomotion into the way that the Japanese description talks about the Nox being quote-unquote banished underground or destroyed underground, which is really hard to preserve in English. And the sentences are just kind of weird as hell in Japanese. Like, I mean, they make sense in Japanese. It's just Japanese is a lot more vague than English in general, so they can leave things a lot more open-ended, and it isn't that big of a deal. Oh yeah, I meant to flask up. And although banished doesn't necessarily mean that that they're destroyed or that they've been destroyed to the point that they shouldn't exist. Hold on, I just phrased that terribly. So even though the Japanese said that the Nox were destroyed to the underground or destroyed in the underground, that doesn't necessarily mean that all of the Nox were destroyed or that they were all sent underground specifically. So, sorry, that doesn't make a ton of sense. So we got the Night Comet. Run! I should probably have leveled up now that I think about it. Spelldrake Talisman +1. Oh, there's more. Okay. That felt awesome. Stance breaking 2 dudes at once. I made that way rougher than I had any right to do. I should have looted all these chests before I went into the boss fight, but I just was not thinking about it. Alright, let's get our final chest over here. Ugh. Imbued sword key. That's the real important one. Hey Crunchy, how's it going? Do I know of Shuna's Journey? I don't think so. That name does not ring a bell at all for me. And if this is like a setup for a joke, it's a pretty good one so far. Alright, so for whatever reason, like this dog looking like thing outside of Gowry's has this collar on. He can get aggroed. I've seen it happen to somebody, but he's generally a pretty decent boy. And he's not the only dog with a collar. For some reason, it's just very noticeable on this one. Mao says no anime adaptation will be worse than Rosario plus Vampire. The movie of Nausicaa is like a quarter of the manga. Well, to be fair, the movie came out first, and then the manga was kind of adapted from that story, which is pretty uncommon for the general pipeline of content which comes out of Japan now. And hey, Eladelia, nice to see you again. You tend to think Mikola's benevolence, but maybe benevolence doesn't mean what he thinks is best for us is what we would think is best. Yeah, and that's a good point as well. What was I watching recently? I think Ratatosker might have been watching something. Maybe he was reacting to Crunchy's video. And he brought up the point of... Or no, maybe this is the Kite Tails thing? It's hard to remember. I've been listening to some stuff on double speed while I've been like doing chores and whatnot. And maybe it was Colloidal Kate on the Kite Tail stream, where they're talking about allowing both what is graceful and malign to flourish could kind of perpetuate goodness and badness in the world. And so what might be good for the world might not be great for the individual if you are the one on being trampled on by the bad, I suppose. Sorry, I just kind of explained that poorly. Elden Enthusiast thinks Mikola's story is similar to the Bacchae. Bacchae? I don't know how to pronounce Greek. Mia asks, do I think Sellia and Selin have any connection besides the first letters of their names? I think Sellia is kind of the birthplace of study into the primeval current beyond all of the stuff with like the founding reign of stars. So she may have had a passing interest in the town and what they knew, but beyond that, I don't think anything too much more than the Lusat connection, unfortunately. It's an early Miyazaki manga that turned into Nausicaa and bits of Princess Mononoke, and it's very Elden Ringy. I'll need to look into that. What was that? Princess Shuna? Shuna's Journey. Okay. And it's funny that Hayao Miyazaki and Hidetaka Miyazaki have the same surname. Hey, Forge Borge, nice to see you. The Return to Grace event looks like it needs better judges. All right, I will rant about that once we listen to Gowry and talk to Millicent.
Oh, a pleasure to see you. A pleasure indeed. I am Gowry, a great sage. In my day, anyway. I'd hoped to ask a favor when one of your ilk came along. A strapping young tarnished, able to cross the scarlet swamp of Aeonia. Don't fret, I'll provide fine recompense. Should you accept, I will teach you the secret of Sellia, the town you see there. Ah, my apologies. I rather got ahead of myself, didn't I? Well, no matter. I'm accustomed to waiting. But if you should decide to hear my offer, whenever that may be, do come and speak with me again. I'll wait as long as it takes.
Nemo Red Shuna is very good and features Yakul from Mononoke. I'll need to check that out because Yakul is pretty cool. He's kind of reminiscent of Torrent, and as with Crunchy was saying that it's kind of similar to Elden Ring. That definitely piques my interest. Also, just in general, the Hayao Miyazaki stuff is really good. There's a guy with a goat horse and magic golden seeds, and he travels to the land of giants. It sounds very Elden Ring-esque.
Ah, changed your mind, have you? If you are willing to undertake my request, I'll gladly share with you the secret of Sellia, the town yonder. Ah, then you are willing to lend a hand, are you? I need your help to heal a certain young girl. Her name is Millicent. You will find her beyond Sellia, resting at the church atop the cliff, stricken by the rotting sickness. The rotting sickness that afflicts Millicent has no cure. When the Erdtree flourished, even the demigods could not stave off its effects, despite their nigh godhood. But Millicent's suffering can be ameliorated. For this, you are to find a certain needle. Seek the deep, scarlet swamp of Aeonia outside Sellia's bounds. The needle, made from unalloyed gold, is lost somewhere there.
All right, so double-checking Gowry's dialogue about the time of when the Erdtree flourished, I think that could potentially give people the impression that it might relate to the Age of Plenty, but I don't see it that way. Even without the Japanese double-checking right here, I think he's referring to the time of the Erdtree before the Shattering specifically, and the Japanese kind of reads or lends to that interpretation a little more. Because rather than saying flourish, which does have more plant-like connotations. The Japanese has Hanayaka, which is like the time when the Erdtree was more brilliant, like when it shone a bit more. I'm trying to think of like a better way to describe it. So I don't think flourish is a bad choice for localization whatsoever. I think it works really well for what it does. It's just a little bit unfortunate if people take that to be more in line with the age of abundance. I almost said age of ancient. It's pretty hard trying to keep my terminology straight sometimes. So, all right. And then did he say something else? Let me double check his dialogue. Oh yeah, he tells us about the needle from it being made from unalloyed gold. Oh, right. So yeah, when the Erdtree flourished, the demigods could not stave off the scarlet rot. So that's not too much of a surprise because we learn more about that with Miquella abandoning fundamentalism for it.
First, you must find the unalloyed gold needle. It's hidden somewhere in the deep scarlet swamp of Aeonia. Then I will tell you, as promised, the secret of the town of Sellia.
Crunchy says, you just discovered that Radagon can be rotted, which is interesting. Do you mean Radon? Because I think it's funny that the dude already afflicted by Scarlet Rot can be afflicted further. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that Radagon is pretty resistant to Scarlet Rot. I don't remember if I knew he was immune or not, though. Or, like, not immune, however you want to say it. Mao didn't take it to refer to the Age of Abundance. I don't think that most people necessarily would, but I could see people having lingering doubts about it. He's resistant but not immune. That's kind of what I thought. And then Matthias says, is Scarlet Rot a side effect of removing the Rune of Death? Gowry's dialogue seems to imply that. So I think it's complicated. I think you're kind of half right, but there might be a little bit more context to keep in mind. But before talking about that, I want to make sure I finish this dialogue here.
First, you must find the unalloyed. It's hidden somewhere. Then I will the secret.
Okay. So we kind of already know what the secret of the town of Sellia is. There's supposed to be a note that says like the source is hidden here, but that's supposed to be like a reference to the primeval current. I never bothered to like look up where that note was, so I don't really remember where it is. Anyway, going back to whether or not rot was a byproduct of the Rune of Death, I think the answer is sort of, but not exactly. This is not it. And what I mean by that is I think the Scarlet Rot long predated the age of the Erdtree because of like the Lake of Rot and the old mushroom dudes who seem to revere rot, relatively speaking. But I think Scarlet Rot was contained for a time, and it became problematic once death was removed from the lands between. Because without death, there's no real way to stop decay, because decay is just kind of like an aberrant form of life. And so if death doesn't allow rot itself to die, then it probably just proliferates endlessly, as I like to compare it to a kind of a literal cancer, a form of life that just kind of keeps growing no matter what. So I know O'Neill is here, but I always forget where exactly Pollyanna is in relation to him. Or so she should be here, right? Yeah. I know why. It's because I typically go off to the right to deal with O'Neill directly. Before that, this dude's looking at me funny. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and summon Pollyanna for the O'Neill fight, because she's a sister of Millicent, and it's kind of cool to show them off. I think she got added in with the Day 1 patch, because I don't remember if she was in 1.0. So this is Pollyanna, adopted daughter. She has an eye patch, but she looks fairly similar to Millicent beyond the clothes and whatnot. Aladelia always thought it was weird that Radon already has all the rot and our piddly little bits of rot to do anything. Yeah, same here. Gowry's probably speaking in half-truths. He's such a fun little critter. I do wonder if he's talking in half-truths as well, because I think like the best motivator for a lot of people is telling them the truth that they want to hear, but not necessarily the whole truth. So I really like characters like that narratively. So I think Gowry is a really good potential character for that kind of self-interest, which coincides with ours at times. Or like a character like Gideon at times can be really good for that. And like Savathun from Destiny 2, and a lot of the characters in George R. R. Martin's works as well are all inherently, for the most part, self-interested, which leads into a much more natural form of conflict and a much more engaging form of conflict as well. The dog is bark growling in his sleep. Do I think there are other colors of rot than scarlet? That's a very interesting question. At the very least, we see a green poison, but poison being related to rot seems different than scarlet rot, but it might be a form of rot nonetheless. Alright, so you were wondering when exactly rot was sealed away in the lake. It's a really good question that we don't know about. I've wondered whether or not the story is a fable and the rivers themselves are the quote-unquote blades which sealed scarlet rot. But, I don't know. Oh lord, he sees us. I didn't show off the summon symbol. Let's get rid of the crossbowman. I wasn't trying to backstab, actually. I should have pressed R2, I suppose. Alright. Guys, I don't think this is that good for stance breaking after all. I should have used my flame grant me strength buff, huh? Holy crap. He's got stamina for days. Or posture for days. Pissed him off. Is he not gone into phase 2 yet? I might die to this dude. Damn it, Millicent. Or Pollyanna. I rolled way too soon. Oh, she has pest spells. Good job that time. Oh yeah, so he's got that railing standard banner, which is essentially the same as what you see in Castle Stormvale. I'm YOLOing it. Yes! Poor Pollyanna. Her sacrifice shall not be in vain. So we got the Commander Standard and the Unalloyed Gold Needle. Hey Phantom Leaves, how's it going? And Galamoth, weren't you here earlier? Maybe I'm losing it. Apparently not. Okay. Jigalag says, if we could have memories turned into physical things, ashes of war, spirits, etc., then Millicent could literally return Melania her dignity because the needle was repaired with dew instead of rot. Maybe. I think like that white substance is supposed to be willpower. And I do wonder like why exactly the unalloyed gold needle, if it's supposed to be pure gold, essentially can be repaired with blood to begin with. that's a pretty big question, which I think like ties into all of that stuff with like gold potentially being related to the willpower and vitality, because that's kind of a carryover from legacy games such as Dark Souls and Bloodborne. So before talking to Gowry, we'll check out a bunch of these items that we've been picking up. Crunchy asks, does the Invader Millicent use pest threads? Does she as a summon use them? I don't think she uses either, so that might be a Pollyanna thing specifically. Galma says very briefly. Okay, so you might have been here earlier. Okay, so let's check out the gold needle first, and then some of that equipment. Snapped intricate needle of unalloyed gold. An intricately crafted needle of unalloyed gold snapped in half. A ritual implement crafted to ward away the meddling of outer gods, it is thought capable of forestalling the incurable rotting sickness. Sage Gowry has designs for this needle. I guess I should have talked to Millicent before coming here, so I'm going to warp up there. I'm pretty confident like nothing happens, and that we can't truly interact with her. So yeah, we saw her armless before she invaded us with an arm. Or 2 arms, rather.
Who's there? Well, it matters not. If you are wise, you will leave immediately. My flesh writhes with scarlet rot. It is a curse. Not to be meddled with by man. If you are wise, you will leave immediately. My flesh writhes.
Alright, so that's pretty much it with her. Let's go back to Gowry. Oh yeah, and so that was a pretty popular Reddit post in like the last week or two, that Gowry might be related to a story of somebody named Gowry who sacrificed a girl named Millicent to the insect god. But I don't remember the specifics. I don't think I ever tried to look up the etymology of his name, to be honest. Pissed off the puppets. Are all siblings missing body parts to the rot, or is it just Millicent and Pollyanna? I would need to double check all of the sisters, but they are all distinct in some way. I think Millicent is the only one missing an arm. Pollyanna might be missing an eye, and another sister might be missing another eye. But that's a good question, actually. And hey, Methoda, how's it going? Alright, so we got the rallying standard as well. I don't think I have the stats to show this off properly. I'm way too far down. Commander's Standard. A beaten red battle standard is furled around this time-worn halberd. Even after his lord was fled, Commander O'Neill continued to brandish this flag in the devastation of the rot-eaten field of battle, the sole veteran who remembers this battle with pride. So Scarlet Rot erodes the memory, as we will learn more about very shortly here, and so it is kind of remarkable that O'Neill does have any memories at all at this point. So, as I've mentioned multiple times... Wait, what stats do I need? I need a lot more strength. I don't have the requisites for that. I don't think I can show it off. Okay, I can. I can buff Gowry? Didn't know that. Maybe I need to do it like this. I'm out of juice. So yeah, maybe it's best to do that in Stormvale, but that is the same design as you can see on the carpets in Stormvale and a couple on the walls. Actually, I wonder what the moveset is on this. No crouch poke. Anyway, not important. Just curious. Alright. The Rallying Standard we read. What else did we pick up? Night Comet and the Imbued Sword. Was it Ambush Shard? We probably got that. Oh, this doesn't tell us anything different from the other ones. I think there was something else we picked up, but I can't remember. Now I buffed his charisma. Oh no, he's got Riz. You love the energy O'Neill's bringing? Thousands died, thousands more maimed. Best day of my life. It's almost like an M. Bison quote.
Oh, you found the unalloyed gold needle.
Did I actually read this now that I think about it? If so, I might have just, like, spaced out. An intricately crafted needle of unalloyed gold snapped in half. A ritual implement crafted to ward away the meddling of outer gods. It is thought capable of forestalling the incurable rotting sickness. Sage Gowry has designs for this needle. So he will eventually mend this with blood, but it's kind of interesting that each version of the unalloyed gold needle has a different description, which is part of why I'm mentioning this now. And we don't know exactly why this was snapped in half. I think Millennia did it purposely as she was fighting Radahn, so that way she could bloom with the Scarlet Rots. And this is her throwing away her dignity, which means, in my estimation, that she kind of gave up on fighting Radahn with her pride intact in being able to do it on her own without the power of this outer god, essentially. And so that's what she is abandoning to meet Radahn's measure. So that's slightly clearer in the Japanese, but the mechanism by which she would have had this needle and it snapped is not elucidated on at all. Galamoth asks, is the rock god really a scorpion sealed underground? At one point it may have been, but I'm pretty confident the descriptions always have like the it is said, they say characters in Japanese, so maybe not, but I don't really think we have a lot of reason to doubt it as it is right now, so perhaps.
Oh, you found the unalloyed gold needle. As promised, I've detailed the secret of Sellia right here. Go on. It's yours.
Oh, this might be the note that I always forget about. Sellia's secret.
Now let me have a look at the needle. Well, this is a marvel indeed. The work of a true artisan, a meticulous, bold craftsman who grasps the essence of life. Can you give me some time with this? As well made as it is, it won't be much use snapped in half, will it?
Edward asks, what is the wording the Japanese often uses for the it is said parts? There are a couple different ways you can look at hearsay and speculation. I've actually got a Miro board where I've compiled the most compelling instances. Damn, I need to log in. And this is not it. Give me 1 second to get my Miro board for you. But typically speaking, the most common form of it is said, they say, comes from Toyu, which is like it's pretty clear that it is said. So hold on. So for anybody curious, I've compiled a lot of those texts from Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3 and Elden Ring to show off bits of hearsay and speculation. I actually had a stream on this topic a long time ago, so if you just type in like inconsistencies in FromSoft games, you should be able to find it. It is on the live section of my channel, but we've had many streams since then, so it'll probably be hard to just find looking through my channel directly. So hold on, whoopsies, not trying to move that. I had a little bit of a legend. Okay, so the way that I look at it, at the very top of my Miro board, I have my information and methodology listed. So when I compare the English and Japanese text, I was more specifically looking for the following terms or variants of the terms. Toyu, toi, toiware, which are different ways of saying it is said, but it's all the same thing. Tosareru is to be considered. Tokangae is thought. Shinji is believed, and like kiku, kiki, etc. represents things that have been heard. And with that being said, not all Toyu or it is said are equal, and some are used very rhetorically, so they probably don't amount to much. So I just tried to take what I thought were potentially the most interesting aspects of that in that Miro board. Alright, so hopefully that answers that question. Crunchy asks, is there any reason the two above-ground Nox cities both involve lighting torches and have invisible people? So I don't know why Ordina has invisible people. It could be related to the Everjail, but honestly speaking, we've got odd spectral stuff going along in all of the consecrated snowfield and the mountaintops of the giants with those spectral trees. So there might be something more going on there. The fauna of the Northlands are also spectral in nature. So that's a very good question. You might not have been in stream earlier when I mentioned it, and I'm glad you brought it back up with the torches because I meant to talk about it and forgot about it. So, did I finish Gowry stuff? Probably not. Anyway, I'll need to remember to do that. Let me type in my notes here real quick. Oh no. There's my notes. I didn't adjust this stuff. Damn it, was I just saying? Oh, yeah. Torch sconces. Nox banishment. No, I talked about that. The glintstone stuff. Gowry is on my list for now. Okay, so I'll need to go back and take this stuff down in a second. Right, so earlier in the stream, I was wondering whether or not the type of Sellian sorcerers that we see here are either puppets or potentially residual life that's left from the glintstone, but we don't really get a ton of other puppet type things next to glintstone in other locations, so I'm pretty skeptical about that claim, to be fair. Oh, that's what it was. Pure gold and life. Pure gold. Yeah, so Gowry saying that the artisan of the unalloyed gold needle seems to understand the essence of life is very, very interesting to me, because Miquella's golden or unalloyed golden lilies are potentially preserved in life, but they're also withered, which implies that they're not flourishing, I suppose, which it's questionable whether or not unalloyed gold can stave off the scarlet rot. And as I've been saying on this stream, and most specifically in my video about gold and silver, I think that there's a possibility that unalloyed gold is related to willpower, which is what Millennia was using to stave off the scarlet rot, and what Gowry will make to allow us to make Millicent kind of stand her ground against the scarlet rot and go on her journey. So I'm going to reset this area after I talk to Gowry again to get the other form of the needle.
Can you give me some time with this? As well made as it is, it won't be much use snapped in half, will it?
And so he will repair this unalloyed gold needle with blood, which signifies to me that there must be some connection between gold and blood, which I think is corroborated in the way that beast blood is said to have gold in it and it never rots or decays. But I don't know exactly where the lines between willpower, life, and gold are, which is what I was really trying to explore in that video about gold and silver. So the best I could really offer was just those kind of nebulous connections until we get more concrete things in future content, if we get it at all.
I have awaited your return. The needle is repaired. Now it will forestall the rotting sickness, I'm sure. Will you give it to the girl, Millicent? I will reward you in kind.
I remember the other thing I want to talk about. Oh, it'll be covered. All right, so unalloyed gold needle, the same exact title, but different item, technically speaking.
Millicent rests at the church atop the cliff beyond Sellia, the town yonder, tended to by the witless pests who worship her, or rather her rotting sickness, as a god. A wretched fate, indeed. The poor girl, she never wished for any of this.
So there's a lot of interesting stuff at play with Gowry as well, but I want to talk to him a little bit more.
Do you find it peculiar that I would show such concern for the girl? Well, I'm the one that found her. A mere babe in the swamp of Aeonia. She is one of my dear daughters. But the rotting sickness erodes one's memory. I doubt that she remembers the first thing about me. Oh, I must be getting old. I didn't always worry so much.
So this is where we get that information that Scarlet Rot does erode the memory. To be fair, it is from Gowry, and we don't really know who he is in the grand scheme of things, so take it with a grain of salt, but it does seem to go in line with everything else that we find out about the Scarlet Rot, and the thing with O'Neill being the only veteran who remembered that battle could help support Gowry's claim. So before that, let's go ahead and look at him. He's not exactly disfigured by rot or anything, but he does have like a bunch of freckles. His eyes are gray as though he's dead, which is kind of interesting now that I think about it. So let's go ahead and talk to him.
Now, all you need to do is deliver the needle to Millicent. She's convalescing in the church atop the cliff just beyond Sellia. Do so, and you shall receive a handsome recompense, of course.
And then Elden has been thinking of unalloyed gold as being immutable, unchanging, or perfect as gold gets. I understand that, but I'm a little bit curious as to why golden poop is kind of placed in that stasis when it's more aligned with the Golden Order than unalloyed gold specifically. Because we've got some weird accounts of gold being more related to life in some instances, and then others being a kind of like a stasis-y type thing, but it also desiccated and kind of killed golden centipedes and doesn't necessarily keep those alive either, which makes me wonder, maybe the centipedes were killed and then suffused with gold? So maybe that's one of the issues with Golden Order fundamentalism. Maybe Golden Order gold killed the centipedes rather than unalloyed gold.
Now, all you need... She's convalescing in the... Do so, and...
Alright, so that's pretty much it with Gowry for now. We can go ahead and talk to Millicent. Whoops!
We shall meet again, you and I. There are countless bests to choose from.
So yeah, I think this is really cool to show off. So as I was saying before, I got distracted by chat. There's a lot of interesting stuff with Gowry, and he says he's the one who found Millicent, and she doesn't remember him. And I've legitimately wondered whether or not Gowry is kind of like Shabriri being an incarnation of chaos, if Gowry is supposed to be an incarnation of rot, or perhaps even literally the outer god of rot personified. And why he would need to possess Millicent and the Scarlet Valkyries is anyone's guess. Maybe he was forestalled by Millennia's resistance against him, whereas his plans with Millicent might be successful, but that does raise a lot of questions as to whether or not Millicent and her sisters are the equivalents of Empyreans as well. And that all really does depend on whether they're like legitimate clones of Millennia or something else.
Have you taken the lesson now? Killing me is but an exercise in futility. All is well, provided you understand. Let's just pretend it never happened, shall we?
Yeah, so this is one of the few NPCs where he can outright kill, and he doesn't need Celestial Dew to mend this relationship. And the most interesting thing about this to me is when you don't complete Millicent's transformation, he becomes dejected, and if you kill him here, he doesn't actually transform into a kindred of rot, a little pest insect thing.
Now, all you need... She's come to do so.
Right, so he just doesn't care, and if you kill him again, I think his dialogue differs slightly.
We shall meet again, as many times as it takes for you to understand.
So, not only can we not seem to kill Gowry, and that might relate into like the outer god of rot, I wonder if something similar is at play with why Marika couldn't kill the fell god of the giants, and why she may have left one trifling giant alive. I've wondered whether or not the idea is, if you contain the vessel of that outer god, do you effectively quarantine them? Whereas if you kill them, they can body hop, maybe something analogous to like the Dalai Lama or the Avatar from Avatar, The Last Airbender and whatnot. Dylan said he never knew that about him. It's crazy. Yeah, I really like Gowry and his quest because it's very open-ended and very unsettling and has like these sinister undertones, but really provides an actual lot of substantial lore information about the deeper mechanics of Elden Ring.
Have you taken? Killing me is but an exercise in futility. All is well, provided you understand. Let's just pretend it never happened, shall we?
All right, so that'll be it for this.
Now, all you she's come do so.
So we will go visit Millicent on the hill. So then Phantom Leave had heard that people suggested he's the out of God of Rots. It's me, it's people. I don't know if I really believe that, but I think there is a certain charm to that idea. And then who was just saying about like the highest elevated places being related to spirits potentially? Because I think you guys could be onto something there, but if so, I don't know why we don't have like a bunch of spirits in the Divine Towers. And they don't need to have spirits, just kind of a thought. Chadwick says, they reference the God of Rod as a defeated sealed being always makes you want to connect dots that shouldn't be connected. The forbidden lore. Methoda says, quote, there are many other pests to choose from, end quote. Followed by him respawning does make them think it's like he's possessing these bugs. For sure. Are his clothes used by any other NPCs? Not that I'm aware of, Mia. And Kyle, nice to see you again. Can any god die, though, or even their avatars? The Rock God was sealed. Snake God can't die. Mariko seeking a way to kill a god. If Glowmide Queen was a god, it says she was defeated, not killed. To be fair, Glowmide Queen is called an Empyrean, not necessarily a god, so there might be another paradigm shift that we don't have all of the information about. And it does raise the question of, like, what is truly considered a god in Elden Ring, because if Melania technically becomes a goddess in the second phase of her fight, we can kind of kill her, depending on if you think, like, the bloom means she's dead or if she's, like, evolving into another form again. But, yeah, we could leave that alone for now. Let's talk to Millicent to stop all this heavy breathing.
If you are wise, you will leave immediately. My flesh writhes with scarlet rot. If you are wise, my flesh. You ask that I stab myself with the needle to quell the scarlet rot. But how? Never mind. I've decided I would rather trust you than simply continue to spoil from within. Would you mind averting your eyes for a moment? Well, that was easier than expected. But why do I feel so?
So she passes out. So all we need to do is either rest or reload, and then she'll, like, wake up. Put on a little bit of makeup. Oh, I got reminded that I should probably level up for once. Literally for once. All right, I'll get up to 30 vigor and then start leveling up the fun stats again. I forgot to read the damn needle. Okay, hold on. Let me pull up the description on my end. Or we'll listen to her dialogue and then I'll do it.
I hoped to see you again. My apologies for when last we met. I fainted before I could even thank you. Everything is as you said. Since inserting the needle, the scarlet rot has ceased to writhe. Even the nightmares have abated. And now, though I can scarcely believe it myself, I can move as I please. Not that I could ever truly repay you, but I would like you to have this, by way of thanks. a token though it is.
Prosthesis wearer heirloom. Alright, so I forgot that she mentions that she has nightmares kind of on account of the Scarlet Rot. And I will want to think about that a bit more, especially with, like, Miquella's relationship to Saint Trina and potentially Melania sleeping. Dreaming of the day he would return, her flesh was dull gold or something like that. And no, I did not mention the cordyceps spike. I'm not sure which one you're talking about, Galamoth. Like, what comes to mind right now would be the rot threads, but I don't think that's it. Chadwick says the delineation between God and outer God isn't always clear. Yes. And Meow Laser, nice to see you again. Save with the power of acupuncture? For real. If we summon Millicent at the fight with the Magma Wyrm, does she have 2 arms? No, and we'll show that off very shortly, which is why I came down here. Because I've already unlocked the path to the Ruin-strewn Precipice. I guess I still want to go get the other half of the Dectus Medallion. And no, I'm not going to do that. It's just going to take time. No, I do want to go do that because we have the damn Radagon Sword Seal up there.
I'm considering leaving. On a journey. With the needle buried in my flesh. I've started to recall, but dimly, my destiny. It's all thanks to you. My name is Millicent. I pray fate permits us meet again. I'm considering leaving. On a journey. With the needle buried in my flesh, I've started to recall, but dimly, my destiny.
Alright, so this might be another connection between that idea of fate/destiny and gold, that Millicent begins to remember things, which ties back into what Gowry says, the Scarlet Rot eroding memory, because potentially Scarlet Rot might erode gold? Question mark? And, right, let's go ahead and double check that missed description for the unalloyed gold needle that I talked about earlier. So before going back to Sellia and Gowry, the repaired intricate needle of unalloyed gold says, an intricately crafted needle of unalloyed gold. Once snapped in half, it has been repaired by Sage Gowry. A ritual implement crafted to ward away the meddling of outer gods. It is thought capable of forestalling the incurable rotting sickness. Quote, now, all you need to do is deliver the needle to Millicent, convalescing in the church atop the cliff just beyond Sellia, which is what Gowry was talking about. So we're going to go back to his shack to get a bit of extra lore, and then I'm going to need to remember to check out the torches in Sellia before I forget again. Hey Aina, how's it going? Millicent's the best girl. I still really do wish that her quest culminated in her becoming like Millennia herself or something like that. That would have been super cool to me. Wait a second, where's Gowry? Why is this girl here? Let's get that ghost out of here with the scarab face.
Oh, hello again. Something about this place felt familiar to me, so I decided to pay a visit. Hoping to find someone here, but I've only found emptiness. Perhaps, before my departure, I needed someone to say farewell to. Well, never mind that. I must focus on my journey, for which I have you to thank. I must stay strong. Well, never mind that. I must focus.
Alright, so with that out of the way, we can just reload the area and Gowry will appear again. And with Gowry saying that he found the children here and that they wouldn't remember him, that really just makes me question his involvement with Rot in general. Jigalag says, now that you think about it, considering that Melania could have also had nightmares, Saint Trina as a path to cure her, or at least battle her nightmares, seems logical. That might tie into Saint Trina / Mikola wanting a cure for the Scarlet Rot as well. But we don't really know if Melania did have nightmares, because she just talks about dreams in her cutscene dialogue. Ella Dealey thinks Millicent was Melania, but then they removed Mikola to make him DLC content. They couldn't come up with why she would fight us. Maybe. For what it's worth, in the 1.0 quick description, maybe it's only the Japanese version of it, the 1.0 quick description version of the Traveler set that you can get from that Scarlet Bloom outside of Melania's boss fight said it belonged to Melina, and Melina could have just been a potential reference to Melania, maybe? I feel like this is a huge stretch to make those claims, especially since that flower didn't even exist in 1.0, but there's a lot of oddness going on with Millicent, Melina, Melania, etc. that makes me think it's possible, but I don't know, maybe that's just some real copium right there. And Murder Your Memory, nice to see you again. Feels unreal that Shadow of the Erdtree so close. Yep. It's less than 2 days, really.
Thank you kindly for giving the needle to Millicent. Now she too can begin her journey and stare her fate straight in the eye. You've been a saint through and through. As thanks, I vow to impart to you my knowledge of the lost sorceries of the Sellians, descendants of the Eternal.
So this is one of the most explicit confirmations that the town of Sellia was related to the Nox, or the Eternal Cities more specifically. So now we can study sorcery from Gowry, but before that we could tell him that Millicent paid a visit. And so, who was asking? Yeah, Enter Y says, gold eyes, did she have that color before the needle? That's a good question. I don't remember the color of her eyes before we gave her the needle, but I'm pretty confident all of her other sisters have the super gold eyes. Even though she's tarnished, she might be the only tarnished that we see with those kind of colors. The reason why I say Millicent is tarnished is because she is able to be afflicted with the Flame of Frenzy as well as Death Rot, believe it or not. So maybe that's a bit of dev oversight on their part, though.
Oh, you noticed, did you? Indeed, Millicent did visit this hovel of a home. It seems the memories eaten away by the rotting sickness yet remain, but faintly. However, she has no need of me anymore. No, she must embark on her journey and stare her fate in the eye. I mustn't impede. As I've aged, I've found the best way to aid the young is to be forgotten.
So this dialogue right here is so fascinating. I feel like I need to find another word instead of like fascinating or interesting. But anyway, because I don't know how metaphorically he's speaking versus how literally he's speaking, which might sound kind of stupid on the surface, but one of the items which I reference constantly on these streams is the Ray Lucarian Juvenile Scholar Robes, which say with each sleep, or like sleep, damn it, let me look it up so that way I can give you the verbatim quote. I should pick it up over in Behind Karya Manor. So, rebirth is as sleep to them, and with each awakening, memory fades into oblivion. So in order for a rebirth or a kind of pseudo-young to flourish, it requires the oblivion or forgetting of memories of the past, which is kind of what Gowry might inadvertently be talking about here, which if so, I think is just absolute A+ kind of very indirect storytelling, which just kind of ties everything together. And we might be giving like the writing team a bit too much credit, but I think there might be something deeper at play here, which is just kind of always tickled my brain a bit. Global Sequence asks, here's the question, does dev oversight make those errors canon? That's a fantastic question, and I don't think there's going to be like a definitive answer to it, and it really just comes down to individual interpretation at that point. Mr. Jigalac says, you don't know why, but now this dialogue doesn't comfort you, but somewhat creeps you out. Yeah, the whole idea about like her following destiny, is that really her destiny or is it somebody else's at play? And so yeah, once we finish Millicent's questline and get her last form of the unalloyed gold needle, before transforming it into Miquella's gold needle, it is kind of enwreathed in this white thread-like wisp, which might be kind of reminiscent to what Marika pulls out of the like the womb looking like thing in the story trailer, perhaps. Now, I don't fully believe that because the stuff that we see almost looks more silvery or white in nature than like super unalloyed pure gold, but maybe that is unalloyed gold. So anyway, grace, fate, threads of fate, maybe they're all related in Elden Ring, destiny, etc. Schrodinger's canon? Exactly, Stella. Can I quickly repeat that last part about some potential stuff tying everything together? Okay, so I don't remember how well I stated in my video about gold and silver, but when we look at the juvenile scholar robe, hold on, let me, damn it. You can come back to Gowry. I want to buy this though. Not worried about Night Shard. Sorcery of the Olivinus Conspectus, which attracts sorcerers from Sellia, Town of Sorcery. And that's Glintstone Stars. So Stars, Olivinus. I'll never remember that. And I'll check out Night Maiden's Mist later.
Please make certain that little Millicent goes unharmed. Like her mother, she has the stuff to be a great warrior, but commands only one arm and is yet preciously young.
Alright. So I don't need to do this, but I like to give you guys the visual indicators of what I'm talking about to just kind of reinforce things, so you don't necessarily have to take me at my word. Even though I'm sure like a lot of you guys probably do place a lot of trust in what I say, it's just my MO to be as close to the text as I can. So I'm going to come up here to get the juvenile scholar robes, since we've been talking about that. To kind of tie into what Elden Enthusiast was asking. So, if the Scarlet Rot erodes memories, and then Millicent starts regaining her memories, one of the questions I have would be, is Gowry saying sometimes the best thing that the old can do for the young is to be forgotten, meant to imply that in order for the young to thrive, past memories literally need to be wiped clean? And that could also tie into things relating to the Erdtree being the golden tree, depending on how much you want to think gold is related to memories, fate, destiny, all that stuff. And even further beyond that, how the Erdtree is hewn with remembrances of champions of the past. So I think a lot of this stuff does really tie in together, even though they seem as though they're disparate parts of the lore. So that does make me wonder if what Gowry says is working on a more subtextual level. This is not what I need, I don't think. Albinorc Ashes. Those are fun ones. Sorry, dude, disappointing. I know, he should have dropped it. Yeah. So this is the vantage for that one painting. Juvenile Scholar Cap, Robe, and Larval Tier. Sweet. I forgot where exactly we got it, so I'm really glad that I already picked up that painting. So once I get out of combat, I will... Never mind, I've changed my mind. I'm going to go for the Hoarfrost Stomp, even though I'm not going to use it. No, I'm not going to waste the time. Alright. So, let's go up to the Ravine Veiled Village. Damn it. Well, at least it's not the Red Wolf of Radigan that I pissed off this time. A lot of talk about fate, Ronnie's fate, Miquella abandoned his fate. Yes. And I really wonder what the hell the deal is with Miquella coming up with unalloyed gold, all of his stuff with Saint Trina, and then kind of abandoning it all. Like, why? What could be that important to give up halfway through? Maybe he didn't mean to give up and he got by Moog. It's a good possibility, but anyway, let's check out those robes. Robe worn by young Academy scholars, the juveniles birthed anew by the amber egg of Queen Rennala, the head of Radio Lucaria Academy. Yet their rebirth is not without imperfections, unless do they repeat the process, eventually becoming utterly dependent upon it. Rebirth is as sleep to them, and with each awakening, memory fades into oblivion. So one of the more important sets in the game, I think, as far as like the implications of the lore goes. So let's go ahead and meet our maker, and then we'll probably go into Raya itself. Chadwick says gold is bullshit. Moog's right, even if he's wrong. Okay. Oh, did I not get to the top? Oh, this is probably the wrong... Yeah, this is the wrong side of Grace. Right for the wrong reason is always a valid position. Show your math being wrong, but the answer's right regardless. Oh, this is the one I need. Ruin Strewn Precipice Overlook. So hopefully that answered your question, Elden Enthusiast. And I'm curious how that all fits into your perspective of the cosmology with Gnosticism and Bruno. So as we come to meet our Makar, we get a couple summon signs. One of Blackguard Boggart, because we've bought some of his prawn. Another one of a good old gal with one arm. And a friendly face, which can later become an enemy with the horned Tragoth. And Millicent. So I do like that you can summon Tragoth for this fight, because this is the mark that Patches is told to kill, and you will fight him here. So it's kind of messed up that you could accept his aid and then essentially backstab him. Not during the fight, that would be even cooler, but you know. Pretty cool attention to detail. Oh, I guess we can also summon another dude. Let's go ahead and summon both of them. I've already beaten a Magma Wyrm. I don't really feel like proving myself against Makar. Makarly Koken. Casual greeting. I'm glad I did that because I forgot about this gesture. I don't know if Blackguard has one now, and I kind of like want to rinse and repeat. Mr. Jigglag's headcanon is that the Blue Fairy is a spirit / Kami of the River, a whole Lady of the Lake type thing. Yeah, I think that's a good possibility, to be fair. It'd be funny that whatever Mikkel is doing in the DLC is just because he can't do any other projects because he's in a cocoon. I'm pretty sure this is Makar. Let me double check the name. Why does the name not come up at all? Do I need to attack him? Magma Wyrm Makar. How is the music volume for you guys? Because it's kind of loud for me, but the sound effects are good. Come on, Tragoth. Well, never mind. I guess I'll protect you. Chadwick thinks that Mikkel learned that gold is a machine and not a real god. If there's going to be a savior at the end of the century, it'll have to be him, through us. Whoops. Rykard versus Moog, who he got? Probably Rykard, depending on whether Moog can just go in his body as blood. But you know, a serpent never dies. Together. Great Worm Todd, oh no. Alright, we're gonna summon Millicent and this time Blackguard. Shimon Lee. Rykard could just eat him though, like 1v1 you go Rykard. Moog's got some pretty good ranged attacks, to be fair. Stella says it's balanced for you. Okay, sweet. Galamoth likes the worm fights, but you're weird. You also like the tree spirits and the Erdtree avatars. I don't mind the worm fights, but I'm just trying to like go through them quickly. So I probably shouldn't really read chat too much while I'm trying to do this. It's just a repeat fight, and I've fought these enough times on my own that I don't really think there's anything else to prove about it. It's annoying when that happens. So he two-shot me last time, so I should probably be a little bit more careful. I rolled into it. Get out of the lava. Okay. Oh, did I not buff myself? I meant to. You don't hate Erdtree avatar fights? They just get a bit old? Yeah. I was wondering if that was happening. Half blue, half draconic. Orange and red. Oh yeah, I should use my Ash of War, huh? Probably not that effective against this dude. Maybe I should change it back to Giant Hunt or whatever it is. Thought the AoE could get me. I was wondering if he was close to getting staggered again. It's all Magma Wyrms in the DLC. What is he doing, George? What the hell is that? Uh-oh. I was trying to roll. I think I started to run. Uh-oh. I got lucky there. Why is he spamming that one move? I didn't think I should have gotten hit for that one. That one I probably should have gotten hit for, though. I'm probably low on heals at this point. There we go. Magma Wyrm's Scale Sword. Plus the Dragon Heart. So that's it for this fight. I guess we could go to Altus Plateau now. That really shouldn't affect any of the quests at this point. We could talk to Melina and Millicent and Raya. Maybe I'll just go to Raya Lucaria now. Hey, Automatic, welcome on into the stream. Saw Magma Wyrms in the DLC. They're kind of golden, a little bit. Why are their summons red? Shouldn't they be golden? Were they red? I never thought about that. It does seem like they're pretty inconsistent with how they use that stuff at times. Actually, this is probably really good for Rennala's fight specifically. I guess I'll keep it on for a bit. Could use determination, can't I? It's whatever. So finally at the 30 vigor stat mark. Now I'll start leveling up more damage stuff. So I'll do Raya Lucaria and then maybe the Godskin Apostle. So I'm not going to bother fighting Smaragd because there's kind of no real point to it, to be honest. And since I'm not using like a full sword spellcaster build yet, I'll probably leave Terra Magica alone and regret it if I go to the DLC and want to respec on this character. Dragon Wound Grease. Academy Glintstone Key. Cookery. Oh yeah, and I guess I never got the axe over here. Or talked about the Albinorix. Oh, that's what it was. No, never mind. Temple Quarter. For whatever reason, there is an Albinorix around these two fairy rings. This one is a first-gen Albinorix archer. The Albinorix, which use the Ripple Blades, can use a Freeze Breath, but only that version. So it seemed like it had a lot more range another way. Oh, okay, so I was probably angled inappropriately. It's kind of a weird way to say that, but my angle was all wrong. I got an idea. My idea was not to get stabbed in the back. Rip. Okay, that idea was not the best. So I'll need to get my runes, and I'm pretty sure that's just a frozen crystal bud on that Albinorix in the fairy rings. Let's go slap some mages. Yeah, hey Hilka, how's it going? You're on your 4th playthrough and just learned you can get to Noxtella without Ronnie? Yeah, you can get to Noxtella pretty early, relatively speaking here. Come on, bro. Rhymed crystal bud. So we got our runes. I'm gonna die. I'm stunned. Oh, he's got the gold eyes. Damn, you really need to aim this up. I thought he was gonna hit me. Don't die like this. It is kind of curious why the 2nd gen Albinorix don't have broken feet. Yeah, so Albinorix do bleed silver. As far as their Japanese name goes, they're called like silver people. So is it this one? No, I don't think so. Where is it? Aha. So this one wasn't in the 1.0 version of the game, but it's a good one. The Ice Rind Hatchet, because this allows you to get Hoarfrost Stomp, which is pretty strong. Right. So we did the Smaragd thing, which means we can go to Ray Lucaria. And, oh, this is probably good that I didn't go to Altus, because now we can finish off Yura's... Well, not finish it off. We can continue Yura's quest. Hey, Vicky Violblood, nice to see you again. How's it going? You misread sconces as scones on that note, and now you went as scone. My fault, and thanks for bringing up that note again. Because I meant to point something out in Sellia. So Yura will need to wait. Let's go ahead and check out the item. Key to open the Academy's 2 sealed gates. Key to the seals binding both gates to the Academy of Ray Lucaria. Activates warp magic bound within the seals. A glintstone key will remember its user, meaning once used, it can never be passed on to another. The Academy does not welcome the indolent. So, since we've been talking a lot about memories on this stream, it might be worth noting that glintstone seems to be able to contain memories, which might be why it remembers the user, and potentially why the primeval glintstone sorcerers were able to imbue their hearts into primal glintstone blades. Primeval, so many similar words. Alright, so let's go ahead and go back to Sellia real quickly to talk about the damn designs. Let's take the notes down. Alrighty. So within Sellia, we can climb up to those sconces and see a particular style of design on them. Before doing that, I want to point out the crypt chair has a similar kind of design on them, where we've got this pseudo tree looking like thing that shows up in a couple places. Sellia, Ordina, the Nox crypt chairs, obviously with this being a crypt chair. I've wondered whether or not this thing is seen on some of the walls in the DLC, where it looks like Mesmer is. Anyway, actually I don't really remember getting a good look at those vine things on the side of it. So yeah, that's just like the Nox design in other places, but not too important. We'll go back to check underneath the sconces themselves to see that similar design show up. And I don't remember exactly where all of these show up throughout the game, but the fact that you get Miquella holding a candle in Ordina is interesting, and it's also possible that Ordina could have taken Miquella's statue and placed them over where the sconces used to be, and he could be something else. So it's a little bit difficult to make out the design underneath this sconce right here. I almost called it like a torch sconce and like combined the words. I almost said like scorch, which is a completely different word. So it's fun to point out. Right, so that was all that I wanted to show off with that, which isn't like that important in the grand scheme of things, but it came up earlier. Well, I guess it didn't exactly come up, but it came to mind earlier. Vicky said, it's going well, just getting a thumbnail together for something. Hope everyone else is having a fine evening. Yeah, so I'm a little bit curious. Oh, yeah, I don't think I've ever mentioned this in chat, but if anybody's unaware, Vicky Vileblood is one of the members of Square Table Gaming, and we've checked out a couple of their videos on the streams over like the past year or so. They've always had some pretty quality content, so definitely give Square Table Gaming a view if you haven't, if you're interested in more lore stuff, which I assume you would be based off of like the stream and whatnot. Anyway, yeah, Vicky, I'm a little bit curious. How many members of Square Table Gaming are there total? Wait, why is Yura not here? Do I need to go further? Oh no, this is where he would be, right? Did I not exhaust his dialogue? Or is this summon sign like up here somewhere? What is going on? I guess I'll talk to Yura and then come back here. Oh, that... Nope, that's a death spot. Okay, no. Maybe that's what I was confused by. Be summoned to assist Yura, Hunter of Bloody Fingers? Yes or no? Actually, I'm going to take off the Flame of the Red Manes. It's not that great. Never mind. I'll do this and then do it. Can we stop mentioning scones, please? Well, now you made me mention scones again. We could talk about something else instead, like crepes. Alright, Elden Enthusiast, you have a good night, my man. Yeah, so as we... Hold on, does this dude have an identification? Bloody Finger Raven Mount Assassin. He doesn't have a name. Explains why I couldn't remember it. So Yura uses the Naga Kibs, and the Raven Mount Assassin uses some claws. So if anything has like a Bloodborne design, I feel like this dude is closest to Eileen. Poor Yura. Actually, I've not messed with that Ash of War too much. It seems like it could probably be really good in the right circumstance. I just don't know when that circumstance is or when it would be. Interesting. So you're just like trying to bait that out. Throwing band knives. Idiot ran out of juice. I couldn't poise through that. I'm scared. I don't remember if this bleeds. I'm gonna heal just in case. Rip. So he's got that cool skeletal mask on. And we only get a rune arc and a feral calling finger remedy for our endeavors there. At least grapes are a thing there in Scotland. Scotland and Holland? Wow, can't read. Ash of War, Raptor of the Mists. Maybe I'll try messing with that. But that'd probably be really good for a Confessor build.
Wretched worms, leave me be.
Coco missed all of this. Sorry to hear that, my man. And Billy Deerhead, nice to see you again. Raptor of the Mist is great for dodging chariots and dungeons. I never even thought about that. That's actually really funny. We need Neil deGrasse Tyson to explain invasions.
Oh, it's you. Thanks for your help there. That bloody finger was a thorn in my side. And now I'm finally rid of him. Here's a token of thanks. Please, take it.
Smithing Stone, Tier 5.
I may not have much time. I'm dying to see you. Eleonora. Violet bloody finger.
Dylan missed it too. Yeah, as Galamoth says, this interaction is pretty easy to miss because you need to just notice the red summon sign here. I messed up Yura's quest on my first playthrough also. Or at least this part of it. This is the only part of it that I missed.
Yes, I've been tracking Eleonora for quite some time. She is the deadliest of all bloody fingers. She's felled many an old hand already, but in spite of her cessblood zealotry, Eleonora is a proud knight. If she comes for you, do not think twice. You must flee. There is no shame in self-preservation.
I forget what Yura calls cessblood in Japanese. It's kind of strange. It's like evil blood. So cessblood's probably a pretty good localization for it. I just wondered when I saw cessblood if it was meant to tie into that idea of stagnation, but I don't necessarily think so. He said something else. Oh, right. Eleanor being the violet bloody finger. I don't know why and what exactly the relevance of her being violet is with everything. Maybe that is supposed to tie into like that idea of cessblood and stagnation, because she could be livid, and livid in the sense of like livor mortis. And let me look up livor mortis for you guys, because I don't remember the exact definition off the top of my head. Livor mortis, also known as post-mortem hypostasis or hypostasis or post-mortem lividity, is a passive process of blood accumulating within the blood vessels and the dependent parts of the body as a result of gravity, causing a discoloration of the skin that varies from pink to dark purplish. So I've wondered whether or not that just shows like her blood has stopped flowing, but there's some weird interplays going on between like Dragon Communion being a bloody finger and the worms that you're about to talk about, which might have been more relevant in earlier bits of content that got cut. So I don't know what exactly to make about that, but let's listen to the rest of his dialogue here real quick.
Be on your way. Perhaps we will meet again, if fate permits.
Or wait, was the worm stuff in cut content? Or did I just not notice it a moment ago? Does look like there was... Wait a second. Wretched worms leave me be. So, Sazamushi. So I guess they're like worms, but they're more like flies, which implies to me more of a Moog connection with the Bloody Fingers. Anyway. Yours like that cat meme of the kitten holding his hand and screaming. Our Crusader, I missed it a bit earlier. What did I miss? And also, nice to see you again. Galamoth left a message at the lift of Dectus saying, Elden Ring ahead, but you don't have the right. Oh, you don't have a right is very divisive.
Be on your way. Perhaps we will meet again, if fate permits.
Alright, so that's it with Yura for now. He does seem to be losing his grip on his humanity, which is kind of ironic, because he tells us not to pursue the Bloody Fingers, even though he's pretty much doing the exact same thing as them, although he might not be hunting down innocents and more just like the evildoers themselves, but... There was like a meme or a joke or something, like maybe it was from a television show or a movie, where somebody's like, if you kill a murderer, the amount of murderers in the world stays the same. And then there's like a girl who's like, but what if I kill 2 murderers? So here we go into Raya Lucaria. As we enter the academy, we see this blue aurora, which I think might be tied to the so-called Glintstone Knight produced in Raya Lucaria. And with Glintstone holding memories and all of this stuff tied to Knight, and Oracle's looking for their lost bubbles, or Clayman looking for their lost oracles and bubbles, I'm really curious how fate, grace, and the stars and memories are intertwined, and where the boundaries between them lie, or if there are even any boundaries at all. Honestly, because I play so few different characters, I forgot you actually need to even open this door. I'm just used to it already being open. Too much lore hunting, not enough combat mechanics and fighting. Well, since I killed these dudes, I may as well keep going for a little bit. Methodus says that the assassin dude is like the Hunter of Hunters from Bloodborne. Yeah, I was saying he looks like Eileen. Okay, he is walking at me. Uh-oh, we pissed off another marionette. I was afraid of that. Hey, marionette soldier armor. Bro, stop spamming your stupid spells. Okay, so as we enter Raya Lucaria, we've got this kind of Raya Lucarian carpet. I know, big surprise. But part of the reason why I want to talk about this one in particular is that it almost seems to have like Saint Trina-esque lily designs on it. Haven't we seen this somewhere else really recently? It's probably easier to show off elsewhere. So these banners are distinctively different. Okay, so I think this is the older style Raya Lucarian banner before it was ruled by the Carian family, because this thing way down at the bottom kind of reminds me of the symbol that we'll see in the debate hall classroom and on Lusat and Azur's robes. Oh, did we see this in Caria Manor? That would make sense. So one of the things that I'd like to show off here, and credit goes to Bad Lad for pointing this out to me on the Discord, that for some reason, this version of like the Carian inverted statue has their person standing on the moon and pointing up or relatively down at where the earth might be. So this is kind of different. So if the moon is the ground, is there actually anything over here? Golden Rune. Okay. So one of the things that I do like to show off in Raya Lucaria is its graveyards. Rune Arc. So this might not be the most fair of questions, since we do get kind of graveyards commemorating battles that allegedly happened after the Shattering. But I do wonder, because there are so many graveyards in Raya Lucaria, did it exist in a time when Destined Death was still part of the world? And if so, like, what exactly is that relationship between Destined Death and the timeline? So, because Rennala herself is a kind of contemporary of Marika/Godfrey's time, it leads me to believe that if we have all these graveyards, and if these graveyards are supposed to be related to Destined Death, then Destined Death may have been removed later in the timeline than many people believe, potentially after Radagon comes to Raya Lucaria to study their sorceries. Reading chat real quick. Kyle asks, isn't that what happened to Eleonora or something? Is that from cut content too? You thought she was a hunter that turned bloody. You also thought that was why she was called Violet. I don't know exactly why she's called Violet, but yeah. Whatever happened to Eleonora does seem to be what is going to happen to Yura, essentially. Well, could potentially happen to Yura. Anything special in the secret wall area? Not exactly, but there will be some other secrets in here. The symbol on the banner looks similar to the Academy key. I'll need to double check that. And hey, King, nice to see you. Welcome on into the stream. And Bella, nice to have you again. It's kind of hard to make out. So this is upside down. I will need to like check out the full size icon for sure. Would level 400 plus be over-leveled for the DLC, or would the scaling make the DLC a challenge either way? I haven't played the DLC, so I couldn't begin to tell you, but I feel like being level 400 might be a bit too much, just because you'll have so much more vigor and stamina than somebody else. So you think you'll switch to 150 character instead? I think 150 is probably a good point, because 150 is a pretty decent level to fight Millennia at, and if the DLC's content is meant to be on par with like LFIL, 150 should definitely be good enough for you if you want a bit of a challenge. Billy Deerhead asks, any theories on the identity of the unknown knight in the tutorial messages? Where's the basic knight set? You thought it might be Vike, but the armor sets are too different. I'll need to check that out. After I go through Raya Lucaria, please try to remind me to look at it. So I'm not going to worry about most of the enemies here, but I do want to point out that these rotting corpses, as they're called, they have like a bunch of worms in them, but the thing which stands out to me about them is that they have blue, glintstone-y type eyes. And with the Academy of Raya Lucaria being inundated with a glintstone knight, as it's called, and glintstones holding memories, I wonder if that's why these things have been like reanimated or anything like that. If these are like proto puppets, or former glintstone sorcerers? I don't know. So I don't think there's anything too important here, but I feel like I'm wrong. Okay, Marionette Soldier Ashes. So it was a little bit important. And the Cuckoo Glintstone. Billy doubts that character levels will matter for the DLC, given that they've made a whole new scaling system for it. I don't know. So I haven't looked at previews or anything about like gameplay. So unless they do something to stat squish people, I feel like anybody who has leveled up more vigor and stamina, or endurance rather, might have a lot more benefits if the other stats get squished. Kind of like the fetid, rotted, cursed chalices in Bloodborne. Right, so I'm kind of done going through this section of the graveyard up until we see the Alabaster Lord. Magic Grease. Come on, bro. I thought there were more dogs. I'm gonna die. It sucks being body blocked that way. Anyway. Cal has a 120 and 375. You want to have a 100% completed map and as minimal done run as possible and see how different the DLC is. That's pretty neat idea. What am I doing? Okay. The rotting corpses drain FP instead of HP. That's why their eyes are blue. Interesting. Is that from the grab? Maybe I should... Maybe I never noticed that because I play HUDless a bit too often. Actually, I'll check that out on purpose later. Never mind. I don't know if I would say instead. Maybe in addition might be the better word for it. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out, though. I appreciate that. Did not know that. Whoopsies. They do take a significant chunk. Throw. The funny thing is, I was thinking about using the Ash of War, but then I just remembered all of my FP got stolen. Made that way harder than it needed to be. King asks, thoughts on the Greater Will? Do I think it's an evil force or just some divine being that cannot be understood that also created all life? Neither. I tend to think of the Greater Will as a literal conglomeration of wills out in the galaxy that doesn't really have much of an opinion on anything other than being a kind of primal desire to live, which some people might think it could be analogous to the idea of evil in Berserk. I almost said Bloodborne. Yeah, so this is an Alabaster Lord. He respawns for whatever reason, so there's not really too much reason to like drag this out. And because he's an Alabaster Lord, he's weak to greatswords and jumping attacks. But to be fair, with everything relating to the Outer Will, or Greater Will, I'm definitely willing to revise my thoughts about it if we get more information. So we got a cool gravity spell. And this is kind of a more unique, I don't know what to call it, tomb, mausoleum, crypt. But I don't know exactly where this was lifted from. One of the glintstone sorceries that manipulates gravitational forces. Fires a projectile of condensed gravitational force. Those struck by it will be pulled towards the caster. Charging enhances potency. I can't read. A gravitational technique studied by the young Radon. His master was an alabaster lord with skin of stone. So some people have wondered whether or not that alabaster lord that we just fought was Radon's mentor. I don't know if he would be for sure, but it's probably as good an idea as any until we get something to either confirm or deny it. I thought I didn't like jump far enough. Alright, so we'll get this side of Grace. And if we wanted to, we could get abducted by the Abductor Virgin. Let me see if I can level up. Close, but no cigar. I'm just going to use a consumable or 3. $400, $200. I'll use 10 of these. The Knight set in the Round Table hold gives you the same amount of poise as Vike's, but that's speculation. You think it's Vike's and it's been grabbed by the 3 fingers, so Vike's set is produced. I don't know about that. Maybe if we saw the earlier form, allegedly earlier form of Vike in the Everjail have like a different set of armor, I could be more for that reading, but it's an interesting idea for sure. What do I think about what the Frenzied Flame said about the greater will being the reason life exists? So, I don't know how much we should trust the Frenzied Flame for quite a number of reasons. For instance, its finger reader, aristocrat garb, is sitting on a literal pile of bones and skulls, which are bones, when she tells us that stuff. And it seems very willing to lie to have its goals be completed based off of the way that Fike may have recanted his desire to become Lord of Frenzied Flame when his maiden was sacrificed regardless. So I don't know if it's trying to make us into its most useful patsy or if something else is at play here. But to answer that question about whether or not the Greater Will was the progenitor of all life, I remain skeptical about that. The Japanese dialogue for Hayata's lines there makes it sound as though it's possible that the One Great and the Greater Will are literally the same thing. But I don't know about that. Why can't I like dodge tonight? There we go. So yeah, if we get grabbed by the Virgin, we will be teleported into Altus Plateau, kind of by Volcano Manor, and we'll need to fight 2 of them, which sucks unless I use like Silver Mist, which I don't have the stats for yet, so I'm just going to fight this now. And part of the reason I want to do this is so that way I can talk about what's in this specific area. Uh-oh, hopefully that doesn't kill me. I lived. So the designs of the Abductor Virgins themselves are very interesting, or is very interesting. Some people have wondered whether or not it depicts Tanith. After seeing that depiction of what is most likely Marika behind Mesmer cradling a child, I wonder if it does depict Marika. So as we come down here, we get a ton of glintstone fireflies, which is interesting. And part of the reason why I want to come down here is to just kind of look at Ray Lucaria as we ride the elevator back up, because we've got like a bunch of glintstone, obviously, but more importantly, I think as you ride the elevator, it might look as though Ray Lucaria itself is kind of part of a tree structure. And with glintstone being the quote-unquote amber of the cosmos, I do wonder if that's meant in a more literal sense, in that amber comes from trees, so does glintstone come from, like, tree sap? Because at first this stuff might look like stone, but if glintstone is amber and it's found in copious amounts here, what the hell does this really mean about Raya Lucaria? And all this purplish glintstone does extend all the way down into the Lake of Rot as well. So, take that for what you will. And I know there's some treasure down there, but it's not... I don't remember it being particularly significant. I didn't write it high enough. Okay. Wait, why did I do this? I could have just done this. Next year, I cook a sacrificial twig when letting the abductor virgin kill me. Yeah, that way I don't lose on the 183 runes that I had. But no, I appreciate the advice. I probably would not have thought about doing it. Why have I had this on? That explains why I was getting like 2-shot by Maker. Zoink Scoob. Oh, this was the item that I forgot. The prosthesis wearer heirloom, and I didn't read the Star Scourge one yet either. A talisman engraved with a scene from a heroic tale raises dexterity. Though born into the accursed rot, when the young girl encountered her mentor and his flowing blade, she gained wings of unparalleled strength. So both the people in this talisman seem to have prostheses on one of their arms, and with the whole idea of Millennia's mentor potentially being a blind swordsman or one that will seal rot away. Damn it, I should have gotten the blue ferryman stuff. Anyway, so the reason why I'm trying to say this right now is that the flowing warrior set... Do I actually have that? Or Merchant had it, didn't he? I don't remember which one it was. There's something between the prosthesis wearer heirloom, the curved sword talisman, which depicts like the blue nomadic warrior set, and the blue fairy charm, which seems to tie all of these items together to imply that whoever sealed the outer god of rot may have been the blind swordsman, and that person could have been Millennia's mentor, which would work very well with the curved sword talisman, which the idea behind it is you tank an enemy's blow, you use a guard counter to deal more lethal damage than you receive, which works super well with how Millennia fights in general because of the way she can rally back HP. So that's like some of my favorite environmental lore storytelling in the game. Can't I infuse this Ash of Vora on my weapon with fire? Actually, I am using kind of Faith, but my stats are really low. It's a good point. This isn't too important yet. I'm not going to talk about Radon right now. Actually, is Conquest sealing the very fate of the stars? Let me double check that. I'm also going to hydrate real quick. Okay, this explains why I didn't necessarily always buy whether or not Radon sealed the fate in the night sky. So, hey guys, look what shows up in our text here. Our favorite little Toyu, our indicator of it is said. So, it is said that he later sealed the fate in the fate of the stars. Star fate, destined death. Meinoshi, Hoshinoshi. Anyway. So it is still questionable whether or not the Golden Order sealed the fate of the stars, or if Radon did, or if they both sealed the fates of the stars in differing capacities. Oh, this is what I wanted, the jump attack one. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'm not a fan of the red mane. Flame of the red manes. I'm curious about Flaming Strike, though. Yeah, I'm just going to stick with standard because it seems as though it deals way more damage than Fire Infusion because my stats for that are pretty garbage. I don't know how this works. That seems pretty decent. Maybe it's a little bit unfair because I'd already attacked him, but... Conspectus Scroll, which we can give to Sellen. So as we come into the more mainstream section of Raya Lucaria, we see some sarcophagi on the walls for whatever reason, which are the same kind of sarcophagi that you can see in the Erdtree. The only difference being the figure depicted on them is different. And these have some like Carian glintstone staff as well mounted next to them. And these statues are the same kind of what I call the primeval current statues that we've seen elsewhere throughout Raya Lucaria and Liurnia of the Lakes. King thinks that the Erdtree itself came from the Golden Star. All stars, quote, glintstone have life, and so does the Golden Star that became the Crucible, which might make some sense thoughts. So yeah, I think that's a very common thought. My only question is whether or not glintstone itself is also delineated from the Erdtree, and if so, like, why is it in so many places underground? Because it seems as though it should predate Marika and Godfrey to some degree, because we also have like Lusat and Azur being primeval glintstone sorcerers at the time when Marika and Godfrey were still kind of like on the climb up and up for their power. So like, Marika may still have been God, don't get me wrong, but they had much less influence in that time because that was before Radagon even fought Liurnia to a standstill. Oh, you have to do the follow-up? So Flame of the Red Mains has a follow-up that I just didn't know about. Because why would I spam L2 that way? Okay. Dang it. That makes so much more sense. Oh, Flaming Strike has an R2 follow-up. Okay, let's check that out. If I'm doing jump attacks after the mist is better, I might try that because it's pretty good for like the thematic idea of the assassin-y type Conspectus, not Confessor that I'm trying to do. Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh, and it buffs the blade with fire? Okay, this might be worthwhile. I'll try rocking this for a bit. Thank you guys for the info. Alright. Did not expect to one-shot them. Free buff. My buff is gone. Let's get some stamina back. I thought it was really interesting how Jaren was super friendly and open about the fate of Mistress Rani. Oh, I didn't know that dude was still there. They're cheating. Please get me off the wall. Run away. Alright. living jar shard plus the raw meat dumplings. Did I just not kill that dude before? Right, so this door really puzzled me for a very long time. I finally gave up because I'd literally hit every wall pretty much except for the one which allowed me to access this room. My first playthrough. Flaming Strike's incredible? It seems that way. King thought glintstone was just from different stars, whereas the tree amber is specifically from the golden star. Well, here's the issue, because linguistically speaking, amber has to come from a tree, and if there are different trees other than the Erdtree, where the hell did all of this other type of amber come from? And then the question then becomes, are we just reading into it too... What the hell is that? Is if we were reading into it too much. Seemed like my dog dropped a bone or something. The big giveaway for fake walls in Ray Lucaria is that they're empty bookshelves. Yeah, so it doesn't help that these are one of the smallest ones around, but yeah, that's a good point. Because I hit every wall, every like main surface, except for this section when I finally gave up. Comments. So we get a cool portrait of Rennala, presumably when she's younger, or not, I don't know. And we can see this in other spots as well. There are living jars in the weirdest places. Now that you mention it, I guess there are living jars in Caria Manor as well. Why though? They're also in Stormvale. Well, I guess Stormvale may make a little bit more sense for, like, Godfrey. Not Godfrey, Godric. Why did I jump here? That's why I jumped over here. Okay. Got a stone sword key. So that almost seems like it, right? No, we forgot to check out that locked door from earlier. Yeah, Stormvale makes sense for body parts. I never thought about like where and why the living jars themselves should show up. So maybe that's something I should pay more attention to. They do show up in some catacombs, but I don't think that's a big deal. I was gonna say, it feels kind of brutal one-shotting the living jars. The little ones. Alright, so in this pile of glintstone, which conveniently enough has a bunch of skeletons piled around it. Oh, this is going to turn off right when I pull out my thing. So we got a bunch of skeletons next to this. Let's go ahead and craft some glowstones. Ooh, skellies. You get the Graven School Talisman, which says... A talisman depicting a school of Graven mages, the nightmare of the academy, raises potency of sorceries. The primeval current is a forbidden tradition of glintstone sorcery. To those who cleave to its teachings, the act of collecting sorcerers to fashion them into the seeds of stars is but another path of scientific inquiry. Hey King, thanks so much for the $2 super chat. I appreciate that. You didn't even say anything. That's your chance to get me to say anything, almost. And then Zlexes, nice to see you again, or Alex, as I should probably call you. While explaining Sky Burial to a friend today, you realize that atop all of the Divine Towers are corpses, the fingers and Ronnie's. You wonder if that's how the towers have always been used. As Sky Burial. You know, I never thought about the Divine Towers being used for Sky Burial. But then, I guess that raises the question, did they know the fingers were dying? Okay, I already answered everything you asked. Appreciate that. You thought that all amber comes from one tree, the Crucible and Erdtree, that is connected to the Golden Star, whereas other forms of life, onyx and alabaster, are just from the myriad of stars. So yeah, as I mentioned before, I just don't know if amber literally means amber or if this is figurative language in both English and Japanese there. And so I haven't mentioned this to you while you've been on stream, but this might just be some food for thought. But if the founding Reign of Stars is the first quote-unquote glintstone sorcery, and it made the stars amber fall into the land, does the stars amber include the amber of the golden meteorite? Or does the meteorite not count as a star, perhaps? Is it possible that the founding Reign of Stars predates the arrival of the Elden Ring? So a lot of that obviously depends on one's interpretation of the timeline as it pertains to things like the Crucible and the founding of life in the lands between. But I tend to place the Crucible much later in the timeline than most people would, so it doesn't really contradict my beliefs about things. Buster says, it may have been the arrival of the ring. Yes. Perhaps the corpses were taken up there after their deaths. I don't know. I feel like the talisman that we get should show off a little bit of its nefarious nature. I wish we had a little bit more info about the seeds of stars and whatnot, though, because that's just a really interesting idea. Is Sky Burial like when they shot James Doohan's ashes into space? Not exactly. So technically speaking, Sky Burial is leaving one's carcass out in the open so that way things like carrion birds can pick at the body clean, and that's pretty much it. The idea is that it would allow like the soul essentially to potentially go to heaven or be free from earthly constraints, I suppose. But so now that we've explored this first area mostly fully, I guess I should have shown off the other painting of Rennala and like the cool masks before the boss fight, but I didn't, so we're gonna suffer. So yeah, those are the cool masks and the portrait of Rennala, and even Carian Blue, or the Carian Regal Scepter, whatever you call it. Hold on, I'm probably gonna need to yell at my dog a little bit. Okay. She just came up and booped me. You took it too literally? Okay. So this is the Red Wolf of Radagon, which I'm going to unleash a very, very cursed thought into chat, and I don't apologize. Well, it's called the Red Wolf of Radagon in English. This might have a bit of an Attack on Titan type issue going on with it, in that it could be understood as a red Radagon wolf, as in perhaps all of these red wolves are quote-unquote Radagon wolves. So does that mean that Radagon is a wolf? We were talking about the potential bestial nature of both Ronnie and Marika on... was it the very beginning of today's stream? Or is it more of yesterday's stream? I think it was yesterday's stream. But we often talk about Radagon being affiliated with the Golden Order, but I think it's also worth questioning like the origins of the Golden Order, and I tend to believe that the Golden Order came into being after Radagon came to Raya Lucaria and learned the Carian sorceries and whatnot, which makes me sound a bit like a broken record. But if that's true, And Radagon did come here before with all of his wolves and whatnot. Is that why the wolf has a more red gold version of a sword that it can summon from time to time? And was the red tinge form of gold in the past on display with these red Radagon wolves? So that's pretty much that with those thoughts right there. These Radagon wolves do have some pretty interesting bits of jewelry on them. Kind of reminds me of what you get a little bit in Fair Missoula, but that could also just be wishful thinking. I was not running at a good enough angle. I was afraid that was going to go through the wall. Oh. Memory stone. So yeah, I definitely don't regret being a little bit over-leveled for the Radagon Wolf because it can kind of kick my ass. It's one of the harder enemies to deal with, I think. I say that, but it really isn't too bad. I do unironically think that the Radagon Wolf is tougher to deal with than Rennala, though. That comet spell hits you every dang time in the fight, and it hits so hard, yeah. Yeah, and Enterwise says the Leonine Misbegotten could be related to Radagon as well. So, right. I don't have too much else to say about that, because a lot of that is cut content, and I don't know how relevant it's supposed to be. But anyway, as I like to constantly talk about the Primeval Current type sigil, I think this is, if you don't want to believe is a Primeval Current type sigil, it could certainly suffice to say that this is the former seal of Raya Lucaria, and this is what we see on all those statues throughout Liurnia and on Master Lusat and Azur's robes. And I think it's Azur is the Master Sorcerer of the oldest Conspectus of the Academy, so this is why I'm really confident that it predates the rise of Rennala as Queen of the Carians, and Raya Lucaria specifically. Let's see if I can't level up. Oh, I can. So what do I even want to level up now? So I did actually like that Flaming Strike Ash of War so far, so I might use it for a little bit longer, and then I might switch into Raptor Mist, because that spell is not going to help me too much against Rennala, I don't think. Maybe I should just start pumping Faith. No, let's get one more point of Strength, and then start pumping Faith. You think the Radagon Wolf is a bit of a glass cannon? He can be pretty tanky early on if you like come here before Stormveil and a lot of Limgrave. Speaking of Comet, we did pick up that spell. Oh, sweet. One of the glintstone sorceries of the Academy of Raya Lucaria fires a great magical comet. The sorcery, blah, blah, blah. The greatest of the Carlos Conspectus' sorceries that only a very few sorcerers have ever mastered. So, Carlos Comet. Kuka. I'll try to remember the alliteration there. What was my etymology for Carlos? Let me look it up. Because I did look into the potential etymological roots of all of the Conspecti in Raya Lucaria, but I can't remember off the top of my head. Oh, Carlos equals cerulean, apparently, which is blue. And I don't remember who founded that one. Let me look it up real quick. Okay, the Carlos Conspectus is the oldest of the Academy's lineages of study, begat by the sorcerer Azur. Scholars who follow in his footsteps pursue the mysteries of comets. Azur, Comet, Azur. Okay, Carlos, Comet, Azur. Carlos, Comet, Carlos, Comet, Carlos, Comet, Comet, Azur. Makes sense. Flame Grant Me Strength makes it even scarier. Flame Grant Me Strength makes any bonk build scarier. Summoning pool is now functional. I remember being confused at how to get the chest up above the place I was just at, but you just run this way and jump over a railing. At first I was going to beeline it to Rennala, but then I kind of thought about like picking up the crowns, but maybe I should just beeline it for Rennala anyway, because we're not going to have a ton of time between just the rest of this stream and next one to kind of be DLC prepped, as they say. Which, to be fair, like, all I would really need to do is go into Altus Plateau, get Yura / Eleonora, Radagon icon. Okay, I forgot that this one was here, so I'm glad I came up here. And then I forgot about these two. Beeline it to Altus Plateau, and more specifically Lanedell. Kill the ancient dragon tree knight thing, the malformed tree sentinel, and then pretty much just go to Morgott and the fire giant. And obviously just slump it up to Elphiel. That's pretty much that. Which kind of sounds like a lot if I spend a lot of time talking about things, but I don't necessarily need to. The difficult part would really just be staying alive for some of those things, but if I'm summoning, it's going to be that big of a deal. We got some sorcerer manchettes and the Radagon icon. Living jar shard. Alright, so I was about to go back to the site of grace and heal up for the boss fight, but then I remembered we need to fight Moongrum first, so I'm going to leave that alone. So if I defeat Moongrum, I'll just come down to the bottom and get the golden seed from the illusory thing. I forgot about this corpse. Stone sword key. Hey, Iman, nice to see you again. Alright, King, thanks for dropping into the stream. Appreciate it. And good luck with the groceries. You hope the DLC answers a lot of our questions so the community can agree on certain things? The community will never agree on anything. Except that everyone else is wrong. We can all agree on that. I got baited. Oh. Eladelia thinks it's weird that the only wolf with a face shape that resembles the Farum statues is the Radagon wolf, which seems like it should matter, but it doesn't seem to connect to anything. Oh man, that is a spicy Ash of War. Wow, Moongrum coming in here and making the Carian armor look a bit more black makes it look pretty cool. Oh no! I just got baited. Carian retaliated. What a terrible way to roll and drink. Carian Knight Shield. I really do like the Carian Knight set. It's pretty spiffy. Spiffy. That's just a stupid word. Alright. A teardrop-shaped medium-sized shield embedded with blue glintstones. Carried by knights who serve the Carian royal family. Excels when facing magic or holy attacks. Just who were these knights preparing to fight? I wonder if that's as leading in Japanese. It's pretty interesting looking back at all of these items through the lens of the little bit of the DLC information that we have, because seemingly innocuous things might not be so innocuous after all. Okay, yeah, so it's pretty much the same, yeah. I was so close to dodging that boulder. It's because I tried to pick up the Pearl Calling Finger Remedy. I normally do dodge it when I run at like my normal way. That's what happens when you're trying to pick up every item. You wish dying armors was a thing in this game? Yeah, that'd be really cool. I wish there was a little bit of customization for Torrent as well. Imagine if they put that in the DLC. Actually, I'm really thankful they haven't transitioned into a model of microtransactions for things like Torrent. And sorry guys, I just ruined the next FromSoft game by giving them that idea with this stream. Alright. Damn it, I really kind of do want to go through the long way to get some of the cooler items. Golden seed. Actually, yeah, I might just leg it. I totally forgot that there was a crab here. I don't remember if this is a sleep crab or not. It might very well be. Which I did forget to show off the sleep crabs in Liurnia. I guess this is still technically Liurnia. I meant more specifically by the Albinorg village. I actually didn't realize how good the damage reduction is of the greatsword. Yep, that's sleep. Oh, wait, let's do it. So when you get slept, you actually do lose MP. That seemed really short, actually. Anyway, I'm done dealing with that. Let's go back around town. We get a Trina's Lily. And later on, we'll encounter a glintstone crab, which is super cool. And so I'll try to read the Radagon icon after Rennala. I should probably put a note on stream so I don't forget again. Okay, there we go. Does anyone miss breakable equipment? A little bit, but not really. I was never like, oh man, I'm so glad my weapon broke. I think it can add a lot of stress into a game, but I don't know. Like, even though I enjoyed aspects of it in Lies of P, it just kind of annoyed me whenever it did happen. What am I doing? Just legging it. Stella doesn't think From would do microtransactions themselves, but you can't say anything about their owners. Yeah. Billy says they find realism in games to be a bit of an oxymoron. Why am I going this way? Damn. Got clipped by all that crap. You forgot it was a thing in Lies of P? It definitely boned me a time or two. Golden Rune tier 3. Important. Oh yeah, I said I'm going to leg it. So I'm going to turn on the HUD temporarily, just so if I get hit by all this bullcrap, I will be able to heal when necessary. I do need to climb that. These roof traps were giving Dylan trouble the other day. A couple of tricky jumps up here. Yeah, I think the hardest jump in the game is here. Damn, almost died. Crystal darts. Come on. they're still chasing me. So I'm not going to worry about, I believe, the pulley crossbow up here. But I do want the sleeping glintstone crab. Right, I don't want to drop down here. Or maybe I do. No? Maybe it's safest to do it this way. I honestly don't remember coming down this place. Which isn't to say that I didn't do it, but I just don't remember. First off, dog. Keep moving. Lazuli glintstone crown. It's kind of funny that we get it from a crab. So we see the crabs kind of like eating corpses. What they do is, which is what they do in other areas. So I don't know why the one in particular is glintstone. Maybe because it ate enough sorcerers, but head cannon. So that's another glintstone crab right over there. Oh, so that's the moon crossbow. That's a cool one. I forget which one is which because they kind of seem to crop up in a similar way. Galmouth doesn't understand when people say the rooftops are the best part of the academy. I can see why people would think that because it has multiple ways to go. Or seems to have multiple ways to go. There's a lot more verticality to it, and you can kind of feel more rewarded for going off the beaten path than in other parts of Ray Lucaria, which are a little bit more linear in comparison. Twin Sage Glintstone Crown. I always remembered this one. I forgot about the other Lazuli one. So as we come up here, we should get to our high page area, which is kind of scary. It's kind of nice having the greatsword and being able to reliably dagger these fools. Shattering crystal? Okay. Sorcery of the Mysterious Crystallians. Creates a massive crystal, then it shatters it in a forward burst. The Crystallians are inorganic beings, yet they live. They cleave close to the ideals of the primeval current, and as such, they are revered guests of the sorcerers. So, I really like this item description because it really opens up that possibility of how inorganic beings can live and what exactly that means in relation to those types of beings that are allowed to live through like gold and the grace of gold, perhaps, versus those who may lack it, like the Albinorics or potentially the Crystallians. And it seems as though these types of more inorganic or artificial beings can't reproduce naturally, and I've wondered if part of the reason for that is because they lack gold. Now, I had kind of briefly mentioned it in passing on different streams, but I was thinking about talking about it earlier when I was talking about the so-called alleged stump of the Erdtree. Not Erdtree, but the, what's it called? The alleged stump of Ray Lucaria with, like, all of the glintstone within it. Anyway, we don't have the golden firefly to share this, to compare these with, which kind of surprises me, to be honest. But anyway, this is a firefly that gives off a silvery light found near bodies of cold water untouched by sunlight. The light of fireflies is believed to have an alluring magic. Silver light is considered to invite riches, and then gold light is considered to invite runes, but they're very similar. So no sunlight equals silver, and maybe that shows that gold can become silver if it like doesn't have something acting upon it. But although this doesn't exactly work with the localization, or not with the Japanese text, the localization of the glintstone firefly says, it's a firefly whose glowing tail has hardened into glintstone, widely found in Liurnia Lake. Alas, now that its tail is glintstone, it can no longer beguile potential mates. So, it doesn't quite say anything about beguiling potential mates in the Japanese here, but let me double check it before I go on my tinfoil hat tangent. So yeah, through glintstonification, essentially, or like glint petrification, its magical powers of attraction have been lost. So the bit about potential mates isn't in the Japanese, but nonetheless, if these things are beguiling, what are they beguiling? I think it's a pretty fair assumption to say that it's potential mates, but for whatever reason, losing its original light means it can no longer reproduce if it's no longer able to attract mates. So I really like the localization, because I don't think I would have like come to that idea based on the Japanese alone there. Hey Moxie, nice to see you again. You took a 6-hour nap? Nice. Yeah, so if anybody's unfamiliar with Moxie, she's one of the kind of nominees for a lot of the contest stuff. Which reminds me, I was going to go on a rant about that, and I just kind of got distracted by all the lore along the way. But I can like leave that be while I get my ass kicked by this high page. Nope, 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 nope. Before doing that, I need to kick down the ladder. Wait. This is where I came in? Okay, okay. I tend to get a little bit turned around up here. Okay, so for anybody who doesn't know, recently I made an entry into the Bandai Namco North America Return to Grace trailer contest event, which is fine. And part of the stipulations for that contest were that people were supposed to use specifically unmodded gameplay, no AI generated voices and art, and all of that stuff. And I went through that trouble of making sure I didn't have any mods when I was like gathering all of my footage. Even all of my voice lines I gathered like manually. So I made a video based off of the stipulations of the contest rules, which I mean, why wouldn't you? Only to have at the very least 4 nominees of this trailer contest completely flagrantly breaking the rules of the contest, which is very, very frustrating, and I'm pretty salty about that. Okay, yeah, no, this is perfect. I was like trying to remember if there's anything else that I needed to do. So we got the Radagon icon. I didn't need to go to the classroom. I needed to go to the debate hall. So we got Azura's staff. That's what it was. So anyway, as I was working on this whole contest stuff, I was being a real stickler for trying to follow the rules of the contest. And Moxie was like, hey bro, check out my stuff. I'm like, oh man, this is pretty good, but you might not want to use free cam mods because that's kind of against the rules. And she's like, oh damn, you're right. And so here I am trying to help other people follow the guidelines of the rules and really go through with all that, only for it to not matter because 4 nominees just didn't give a damn and did their own thing. Also, there were like 2 entries that were way, way, way outside of the time frame, which was acceptable for the trailers that we could submit, which is an interesting choice. Like they were made over a year ago. And so it's just very frustrating that I could have made a much, much, much better trailer had I ignored all the rules. And even Moxie could have made a better trailer with free cam footage. But, you know, like, I don't mind making a video and like losing if somebody else makes a better one or a video that somebody else enjoys more. It just sucks to go through all that process trying to meet these strict guidelines for them to not matter and then kind of being inadvertently punished for not breaking the rules. And I could have made a much better trailer to like have a stronger entry to begin with. It sucks. Yeah, I caught one of Moxie's modded shots on her prototype videos. You wouldn't have had to literally remake all those shots and take brand new footage, set up 4K. It sucks. Yeah. So for anybody who's like more interested in like the editing side of things, Moxie did something I think is really brilliant and was probably very underappreciated in that she scaled up her videos to 4K when she was recording the footage, and then to make shots a bit more cinematic, she changed the resolution to 1080p so that way she could zoom in on certain things and have them remain at the proper visual fidelity. Very smart stuff right there. Yeah, all that recropping. Captini asks, are they judged already? It's weird. It seems like they kind of are, but I don't know if they're trying to leave judging available for when they do the stream on the 20th. I'm just salty that I could have potentially made a stronger entry and missed out on that because I followed the contest rules and other people didn't and got in. So even with all that said, KH Knight and Kitetail's entries were still like overall top content winners, so I don't think I would have won regardless, but it just sucks that other people besides myself may have been gotten boned from these other entrants. Yeah, Moxie says we were supposed to get emails 2 days before anything was announced, but that never happened. They're kind of dropping the ball all over the place on these contest stuff. And then Pole, nice to see you again, and Captini, welcome back. And Fireteam Blue, welcome on into the stream. Yeah, the Rule Breakers got nominated. I'm really salty about it, like very upset. Sent an email to their community page and told like other contest entrants like what had happened. So I've been in contact with V-Limit and Mad Luigi, and even they were like trying to contact Bandai because this freaking sucks. You'd expect at least more harsh security for the use of AI art. Yeah, I mean, that's literally in the legal guidelines that you can't use AI stuff and you can only use content which you own the rights to, which you don't really own the rights to AI voices or like covers of songs. So just sucks all around that things played out the way that they have so far. Galamoth wants to see that 10-foot statue you recently won of Mesmer? I do. I wish I owned my own one.
Hush, little Calva. I'll soon birth thee anew, a sweeting, fresh and pure.
Alright, so we get the Rennala fight, which there's a lot of things in this fight which I really admire in terms of like technical accomplishments to make it work as well as it does, but it's just kind of limited by being a pretty underwhelming fight after having encountered other bosses like Godric, Margit, potentially like the Crucible Knights. So I really think they dropped the ball by having Rennala's fight to be this easy, this late in the game, which isn't like very late game by any stretch of the imagination, but bro, how are you really going to follow up Margit and Godric with this? So anyway, the parts of this fight that I really like are kind of hard to show off, which is why I don't give it as much credit as it could potentially get. because the sound balance is kind of all over the place, which is probably the most important aspect of this fight. So just to show off what I mean by that, I'm going to go ahead and mute the music and turn up the sound effects and the voices. The voices don't matter at all, so just to show off what I mean with that. So I have voice volume set to 10, and it's completely silent. So this is the singing Carian child, which is supposed to indicate where they are on the map if you don't know where to go. So they will sing throughout this fight, and the way that you're supposed to do this is follow the sound of the music up until you break the child's chanting and cause Rennala to fall. But because it's tied into all the other sound effects, it just kind of gets drowned out by all of this cacophonous crashing of astrolabes, globes, books, and candles, and chandeliers. Damn, I could not have timed chandeliers better. Actually, I probably could have, like, a millisecond or 3 later, but... So, part of why I admire this fight is just because of how much work had to have been gone in to make this work the way that it does, between all of these sound effects, all of these assets, and everything. And so it just kind of sucks that it's kind of a redone Deacons of the Deep. Oh yeah, so Rennala kind of chills in a bit of a cradle as she floats around. She has the amber egg, and as you get into phase 2,
Time to be born anew.
she says, "Come, sweetings, time to be born anew." And so these scholars literally transform into tombstones that she will snipe us with. So these are the tombstones of the juvenile scholars. And also, the juvenile scholar that we need to hit will be the one throwing books at us specifically. The juvenile scholars also breathe fire, which is a little bit rare for a sorcerer. But to be fair, we do have the Carian Sword of Night and Flame, which suggests to me that before sorcerers were glintstone sorcerers, they may have been sorcerers of fire in the before times. You say Rennala is fun for an intelligence build, though? Funny thing is, I've heard that int builds tend to struggle against Rennala, at least for phase 2. I'll shut up again for the cutscene.
My beloved, have no fear. I will hold thee. Patience. Ye will be countless born, forever and ever.
Upon my name as Ranni the Witch. Mother's rich slumber shall not be disturbed by thee. Foul trespasser. Send word far and wide. Of the last queen of Caria, Rennala of the Full Moon. And the majesty of the night she conjureth.
Now, Rennala's eyes are kind of like blue-gray color. And she will always start her fight casting Comet Azure. So if you just run directly at her, you can attack with a little bit of impunity. Oh, she's using her move. So throughout this fight, she can also summon some NPCs. So the way you dodge Comet Azure is you wait for the little circle of it to shrink to its smallest point, and then that's when you press dodge. She didn't have any dialogue there. Also, the camera unlocked from her when she summoned him in. That's interesting. Uh-oh. You with your moon. Okay. That moon spell is so annoying.
Come, oath-sworn giant.
So yeah, I know she didn't say anything for the Bloodhound Knight. She's not necessarily supposed to. So the only ones that she talks about are the giant and the dragon. She does have some cut dialogue for Blythe and this dude called Hermes in the English localization of that. But I looked into whom she was talking about, and the only thing that I could find was, rather than Hermes, which is Edemes in Japanese, she says Hidemes, which...
All fate lieth under my moon.
I forgot about that. Okay. I'm kind of glad that I got killed, to be honest. Thy fate lieth under my moon. So, you know, fate being tied to moon, and she killed us. Anyway, so Hidemes, I looked into, is from... I forget what franchise exactly, but Hidemes is essentially called Silver Mask in this anime manga thing. So I wondered if there's a gold mask. Did the devs intend to have a silver mask in the game at one point, and did they walk that idea back? Maybe. Or maybe it is actually supposed to literally be Hermes. What the dog doing? They getting me, you know. She has to be like 11 feet tall. Yeah, so some people do wonder if Rennala has like giant blood within her. Seems probable. But for what it's worth, we are told that people have like kind of shrunk in size in the lands between from the giant crusher. Yeah, I honestly didn't know that her spell with the ice shards like that tracked that way. I thought I could have just avoided them by moving all the way on the inside, but now I know. Maybe she has really tall shoes. It's all the hat, guys. Throne said, with the DLC trailer showing a potential intelligence syndicate, do you think this may be the first signs of a Sellian society? Those spy wizards are acting sus. Do you mean in the trailer itself you wonder if they're related to Sellia, or do you think there's a spy community in Sellia that we haven't had too much sign of yet? Because there's a lot of stuff relating to Sellia and assassinations, which is kind of established by the base game. So I don't necessarily think they're all that secretive if everybody knows about it. So we get our statue of Radagon in her room. Should put on like pickled turtle meat for this. So we got books, which means enemy.
Come, sweetings. Time to be born anew.
Attack mode, Super Bowl zigzag. Just need to not get shot. Alright. go, phase 2. Every boss is kind of big in Elden Ring except the Tarnished. Yeah, for the most part. Banana Boy hat has an immaculate vibe. It might actually be a bird hat. So you can look at the top of it. It looks like there's 2 red parts for eyes.
My beloved, have no fear. I will hold thee. Patience. Ye will be countless.
Some people have wondered whether or not the Carians all cannot walk because Rennala doesn't seem to walk even here. But at least for the boss fight with this kind of pseudo spirit alarm, Rennala does stand up, but that might just be more of an illusion than a real thing. Why would she turn into a moon right then? How rude. So that was the deadly one. At least at melee range. I don't remember how this works. I should not have done that. Okay. I was trying to jump. Oh no.
Come, O sworn dragon.
That's not good. I'm glad she didn't like Kabanuzuru me right then. That's also not good. Oh no, that's just the landing one. Okay. Stupid wolves! It made me look bad. And hey Nicholas, welcome on into the stream. Sorry I didn't say hello to you earlier. So she doesn't seem to summon anything at all when, or use any magic at all when she's summoning.
Oh, little Rani, my dear daughter, weave thy night into being.
Remembrance of the Full Moon Queen. Great Rune of the Unborn. So despite defeating Rennala...
Where did ye flee, my sweetings? Come out from whence ye hide. There are books and light aplenty, dither not. Come out, say I, or will ye be gravestones? To be better born anew.
So despite defeating Rennala, she still exists, which is a little bit of a rarity for the demigods we face. Although technically she's not a demigod, right? So anyway, let's go ahead, rest, and level up. Start pumping up our faith. Actually, let me double check.
Where did ye flee?
It does annoy me that she repeats herself like that.
Come out from whence ye hide.
12. Okay.
There are books and
It's perfect.
Where did ye flee?
I need to equip it. Oh, I should have used my incantations during the fight. It's part of the issue of playing HUDless. It makes me forget what I even have on. So I've not really been using Assassin's Approach or Poison Armament, especially after the new spell that we've got. So Flame grant me strength and
my sweetings?
Rot Breath will help.
Come out from whence ye hide. There are books and light aplenty, dither not. Come out, say I, or will ye be gravestones? To be better born anew.
All right, so that line about gravestones is just kind of what she did in like that second part of her first phase.
Thou, is it thy wish to be born anew? To become a sweeting, reborn of my beloved egg?
So technically we should have the egg, and there's a big controversy as to whether or not the egg is the rune, which is more or less what the description says, but I don't want to get too into that, to be honest.
Be not alarmed, nor afeared. I would birth thee as a sweeting, fair and fine.
Godzilla, nice to see you again. Where did they go? I'm assuming you're talking about the juvenile scholars. They could be a byproduct of the great rune that we have, and they could be the Unborn at this point, but that really just depends on your own personal thoughts on that.
Art thou now assured of thy want to be born anew?
Right, so that's that.
I would
Let's go ahead and read that remembrance as well as the Radagon icon and her great rune. Did I ever read the grafted one? Yes, I did. Okay. Remembrance of Rennala, Queen of the Full Moon, hewn into the Erdtree. The power of its namesake can be unlocked by the finger reader. Alternatively, it can be used to gain a great bounty of runes. In her youth, Rennala was a prominent champion who charmed the Academy with her lunar magic, becoming its master. She also led the Glintstone Knights and established the House of Caria as royalty. So, because we're told in this description that Rennala established the House of Caria as royalty, this implies that she is the first Queen of Caria, and the Ranni dialogue in the transition point of the cutscene also says that Rennala is the last moon of Caria. But whatever is going on with Ranni and Rennala in this fight is a little bit weird, because we're technically already Ranni's vassal, but she treats us as though she doesn't know us, and the reason for that may be because this might be like the equivalent of an alarm system on her mother, and her mother may have like lost her mind a long time ago. I wondered whether or not, as a cursed thought to unleash upon the world and chat, whether or not the rebirthing mechanism for Radagon could have been done to put Rennala's consciousness into Radagon with Marika and them to inhabit one body at a time. And that might help explain some of the schism and divide between Marika and Radagon. But that also raises the question of, like, what the hell was Radagon in the before times? Maybe the Celestial Dew frazzled his/Marika's mind. But it is also questionable how exactly Rennala's heart left her once Radagon left her as well. So I don't really fully believe that stuff that I've just posited. I just think it's food for thought, considering we have very little info to go on there, and a lot of questions about identities in Elden Ring, or the possibilities of one person to be subsumed by somebody else, depending on how one feels about like Gowry, Millicent, Hayata, Yura, Shabriri, etc. And then Captini asks, was any other remembrances different color like Rennala's? So the closest one to that kind of bluish color would be the more teal color of the regal ancestral spirits, but Estelle is also blue. So I don't know if the colors are too important though. Radagon icon, a legendary talisman depicting the Elden Lord Radagon, shortens the casting time of sorceries and incantations. As the husband of Rennala of Caria, the red-haired Radagon studied sorcery, and as the husband of Queen Marika, he studied incantations. Thus did the hero aspire to be complete. There is a structural ambiguity in the Japanese, which is not present here, in that we have another instance of Toyu rearing its ugly head of it is said. So it is said that as the husband of Rennala of Caria, the red-haired Radagon studied sorcery, and as the husband of Queen Marika, he studied incantations. As far as the Japanese goes, it is a little bit unclear whether or not the it is said is meant to work for the entirety of the first sentence, which is, broken up into two clauses, or if it's just meant to be an it is said about the part of him being the husband of Queen Marika studying incantations. Why do I bring this up when I say that quite often it could just be a rhetorical device and not really be that important at all? I think that if Radagon is Marika, the Japanese description of the Radagon icon allows enough space for this for the single body individual case to be made stronger, because it isn't necessarily confirmed that he had to have studied incantations at all from Marika if he is Marika. So having this little bit of hearsay helps strengthen that idea that Radagon and Marika are and always were one, which is a little bit more divorced in the English text because of this right here. Congrats, Moxie, for beating Moog on main. Nice. Now you're ready for that DLC. And then Paisan says, could the Karyans have existed before, just not as royalty? Oh yeah, I think so for sure. But I guess that is a good question of whether or not Rennala changed her house/family name upon establishing herself as royalty. Fireteam Blue says, remember Harry Potter 7, the Dumbledore house alarm? It's the same thing? Okay. Estella says, the security system idea works really well. Oh boy, you were lagging? My condolences. Moxie always took it as Radagon was using the Karyans so he could make the barrier at the Erdtree. I do think that is ultimately what happens, but many people take the Radagon icon to be a bit more evidence that he should be more divorced from Marika than some people give him credit for. So, was there anything else? We had the Great Rune, that's what it was. So this is the Great Rune of the Unborn. Amber egg clutched by Rennala, Queen of the Full Moon. Great Rune of unborn demigods. Perfects those who have been born anew. Children born anew by Rennala are all frail and short-lived. Imperfect beings, each and all. So there was a video that I saw a while back and reacted to on stream where somebody was saying that that the English description of this was wrong, and the Japanese says it's the Great Rune of anti-born demigods, which quite frankly doesn't make sense. There is no anti-born. I think it's just a terrible reading of Umare Naki, which Umare means to be born, and Naki is the present participle of Nai, which means to not be or does not exist. So not born means kind of unborn, not something that won't be born. Anyway, so setting that issue aside, we don't exactly know who or what the unborn demigods are. There is the strong possibility that they're the juvenile scholars, since they disappear after we get the egg. And it is interesting that the top part of this description says that the rune itself is the amber egg clutched by Rennala, Queen of the Full Moon. It's the Great Rune of unborn demigods. So where does the rune begin and where does the egg end? We don't really know. They're kind of treated synonymously as far as this item description is concerned, which doesn't really bother me that much in the grandest scheme of things. Why is there a circle at the very top left of this icon? Anyway, one of the other things which fascinates me a lot about the Great Rune of the Unborn is that it doesn't require any benediction to be obtained. We don't need to visit a divine tower to gain its full strength, which brings up the question of, does this rune belong to a two-finger at all, or is that two-finger dead? Did Rennala activate its benediction? Did Ranni? Some people have postulated that this could have been the Great Rune of Ranni before she killed herself with Godwyn, but I'm of the opinion that since we're told through multiple sources that the demigods claimed the Great Runes after the shattering of the Elden Ring, and that they weren't necessarily born with them or given them, with the exception of Radagon gifting Rennala this rune specifically, that this rune shouldn't have been Ranni's to begin with, and she didn't have a Great Rune when she killed herself with Godwyn. So perhaps Rennala had this for a very, very long time. And this is one of the most vexing bits of the lore, that we don't exactly know how and why Radagon would have already had shards of the Elden Ring separated and ready to be given to others in the times of Rennala. And one theory that we could run with would be that if Marika defeated the god of the previous age and like pulled out the Elden Ring then, some people have wondered whether or not she removes Destined Death then, which I think can be a fair interpretation depending on like other parts of the lore, if depending on how you fit those together. Or could there have also been other runes in the Elden Ring that we don't know about, which I think is a pretty fair conclusion to make. And if we had those other runes, were they plucked out by Marika at the beginning or later on by Radagon, and all that manner of thing. So with the appearance of like Miquella's new rune in the DLC, there might be other runes worth considering as well, which we don't know about. Paisan says it's because that one can be equipped. Actually, that's a really good idea. Can we equip this one? Probably not, right? I never thought about that. That makes a lot of sense, actually. I'm certain there's going to be a number of people in the Discord who like that thought, and some who will hate it. Appreciate that. Yeah, that's a really good insight there. Okay. So looking at Rennala, she's got this bird-like hat on almost. And so aside from that, she's got these big old purple jewels, which some have wondered if they're kind of related to the Godskin Apostles, although they do look significantly different to be fair there. And a bunch of other jewels encrust her clothing anyway. So I like this goofy looking sigil on her armor, or on her attire, because it looks like there's a blazing sun at the bottom and two rivers forking above it. And I've wondered whether or not the rivers are meant to represent something like the Primeval Current, or more specifically the Shifra and Ansel rivers. And yeah, that's pretty much it about her appearance. I don't exactly know what to make of the whole Ranni situation as like the security alarm, but for now, I think the security alarm is the way that I can cope with this whole situation the best, in that Ranni doesn't acknowledge our existence as her retainer at all for this fight. You wonder if there's a phoenix that will rise from the ashes. It'd be cool, like cuckoos relating to birthing and fires relating to phoenixes. I could see how it could work. Aziz asks, if Ranni has cast off her great rune, was that after she unalived herself, which means the demigods are born with the great runes? Or is Ranni's case one of the it is said because you don't remember? So the only source which tells us that Ranni ever had a great rune actually comes from Gideon, which I guess we can go to the round table hold and talk about that. So even though Gideon calls himself the all-knowing and does have a lot of good information, I don't think he ever really has the complete picture, and we need to take a lot of his dialogue with a grain of salt. Which I think that's a good point to bring up, Aziz. Which is something that I think many people end up inadvertently taking for granted. So nothing much else to do with Radahn there, so we'll go to... I said Radahn, I meant Radagon. Let's go to the round table hold and talk to Gids about the Wrens. Damn it, he left. I forgot to talk to him. Oh, no, he didn't. Okay.
Ah, you appear to be doing well. Very good. Well then, would you like to learn an incantation? There's something I should mention to you as well. I'm thinking of leaving the round table hold. Do you know of the noble Gold Mask? Though he was but a tarnished, living outside the lands between, he was a great scholar who foresaw the coming guidance of grace. And now, I hear he has come to the lands between alone to contemplate the Golden Order. I wish nothing more than to seek his instruction, and perhaps even help him in his research.
Alright, so that's pretty much that. So now he will leave to go to Altus Plateau.
May the Golden Order shine through you.
Let's talk to him again.
Further study of incantations, is it? I can happily spare the time and applaud your enthusiasm.
And that's pretty much it.
May the Golden Order...
So now we just have Gideon, and I don't want to like listen to all the demigod dialogue, just the Rennala stuff. Or Ronnie. I think he talks about both.
Well, I see you found another great rune. Wonderful. You are a worthy fellow tarnished indeed. Make the journey to the capital, Leyndell, that lies to the east of the Altus Plateau, at the foot of the Erdtree. The Two Fingers will deny your passage no longer. You may be our best hope. Find your way to the Elden Ring, for we are tarnished, and we must answer the call of grace.
Yeah, Moxie says this is how you got that one shot. Yeah, so I've been showing off a couple little tricks for that stuff. For some reason on the console, it is way, way, way harder to do my telescope trick. So... about Rennala.
The Academy of Rea Lucaria lies to Limgrave's north, towering over the mist-laden lands of Liurnia. Rennala is queen of the Carian royals, who govern the Academy, and her great rune dwells within the egg she so dearly clutches.
Did I screw up the Ronnie dialogue because I've already joined her retinue? Whoopsies.
The Academy of Rennala is queen of the... and her great...
Not going to give the potion. Alright, so I done goofed, baby. Anyway. I'm going to go back to Liurnia and head towards Miriel. I thought there was something else that I wanted to, like, prep. No, this one's probably the wrong thing to come to. Yeah, this is probably the fastest way. So we talked to Corn. I think there's something with Millicent that I wanted to do still, that I just can't think of. Didn't realize it was so high up. Yes, we did talk to Corn. Spiral Horn Shield. I feel like this isn't the right way. Anyway, we could get the Side of Grace that's over here. I'll read the sword monuments and then maybe I'll leave Miriel for tomorrow's stream. Because I kind of wanted to finish off with Millicent, but then I remembered we had like the Shaded Castle and whatnot. But anyway. The Second Liurnian War. No victory for the Golden, nor for the Moon. No prize but atonement, the birth of a vow. So, the birth of a vow right here kind of means it in the sense of matrimony. Which is, you know, pretty obvious, but you never know. Oh, there's a portal in the academy that teleports us to Miriel. Is it the one with the boulder room? Because I tend to forget where each portal ports us to. So as we come into the Church of Vows, we get our favorite Night Maiden statue. And these are the dudes that we fought in Sellia. Setting that aside, there's also an interesting statue behind Muriel, which apparently comes from Dark Souls 3, like the Cathedral of the Deep or something like that. Not the one with the hand over the face, but you could see this in DS3.
You're tarnished, aren't you? I welcome you to the Church of...
Wrong button.
You're tarnished, aren't you? I welcome you to the Church of Vows. I am Muriel, steward of this sacred chamber. My apologies for the unseemly state of affairs. Do you know the origin of this place? How it came to be known as the Church of Vows?
So we can say, I don't know, but I just remembered I don't actually want to read this now. Probably better for tomorrow's stream. Or maybe it is better now, since we've been talking about Rennala. So anyway, aside from the Nox statue, we've got a bunch of like the Divine Tower ones, which is really weird. Or as others would call them, the Saint statues. And the bases of these statues are always a bit inconvenient in that they've been shoplifted from DS3, some of them. And all that. So this is where we'll get the gold sewing needle. Oh, maybe that advances box dialogue in the eastern part of the gate. Or Melena's dialogue, whatever. Moxie says, it's just an Easter egg. Well, we've only got the one. I don't know what significance it would have. Because it only exists here as far as I know. Until it shows up everywhere in the DLC. Then Godzilla says... Do you think Korn can't understand the fault of the Golden Order, or is he just not willing to accept it? I think he's just not willing to accept it, which is really weird because his entire prophet set getup is like, hey, if you believe in the path, it doesn't matter if you see or not, because you'll just follow the path. And then the extra like shackle on his neck is like, yo, don't forget your path is the right one because you are a prophet. And you saw a flame in the Erdtree, and nobody wants to agree. And so I think he was more or less scared of his own prophecies and didn't want them to become true, which is why he wanted a truer adherent of the Golden Order to give him, like, the better picture on things. But, okay, everybody, I think this is as good a stopping point as any. I don't know exactly how much I'll get through with the deal of the base game tomorrow. And then tomorrow will probably be the last stream before the DLC. I might think about streaming during the day on Thursday, but it's a little bit difficult with the animals. There's also going to be like the other stream stuff where they talk about like the contest winners. So best of luck to all of the ones who did get nominated for their awards, like Moxie, Kite Tails. So really rooting for everybody who followed the rules at the very least. So, all right, everybody, that'll be it for me for tonight. Take care, stay safe, avoid spoilers. Last Protagonist out.